The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., July 27, 2023. I hereby appoint the Honorable Nicholas A. Langworthy to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of House of January 9th, 2023, the chair will now recognize members from a list submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties, with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders in the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, for 5 minutes.
And still I rise, Mr. Speaker, and I rise today for a very special occasion. It is special to me because I have the opportunity today to acknowledge the friendship that I have had for some 15 years with a member of this august body, but not as a member of Congress. I rise, Mr. Speaker, to pay honor and homage to a great and noble American, a person who has made a difference in my life. This great and noble American works here on the floor of the House of Representatives. I can tell you that she has done her job well. While she is a comely, courtly, stately lady, she is a person who is well respected. She is well respected because her job as Assistant Sergeant at Arms requires her to sometimes approach us when we are out of order. And I must tell you, Mr. Speaker, I am a recidivist, a repeat offender. On more than one occasion, she has had to bring me to order. I remember the first time when I was on my phone and she came over to me and kindly asked that I put my phone away. There was a second time and she kindly came over to me and said, "You know better." And I did. But I always respected her, and I believe all of the members respect her for one principal reason. That reason being, Mr. Speaker, of all the people in Washington, D.C., there are very few who come to work and not associate themselves closely with one party or another. Now, I don't know what her political affiliation is, but I think I speak for a good many people. Let's just say I speak for myself and everybody who agrees with me. A good many people believe that she could be a member of either party because of the way she has treated her job. She has been exceedingly fair at all times. I believe that she truly deserves the position that she has as the first African-American woman to be the Assistant Sergeant at Arms. And that makes her also the only. But she has done her job well. And my prognostication is this: while she may be the first, because of the way she has conducted herself, she will not be the last. And I would add this as I come to my close, Mr. Speaker. There are times when you feel good about what you're doing, yet you're saddened because you know that something is about to happen that will at some point cause you to lose contact with a friend. And I see her on a daily basis when I'm here, and knowing that she's leaving does sadden me, but knowing that she has set a record for others to follow makes my heart warm. And I would say to her, you truly have come a long way from the watermelon patch, from the tobacco fields in Broadway, North Carolina. You've come a long way. No one could have prognosticated at your birth that you would sit in that seat and hold this position. But you are a God-fearing person, and you have said to me that you believe that it was destiny. And I'm proud that you have fulfilled your destiny here. But there are still greater things for you to do. And I want to keep in touch with you, and I want to be a part of them to the extent that I can. And I want you to know that we appreciate the great job that you have done. You have served your country well. You have earned the title, the Honorable Joyce Hamlet. First, but not the last, African American to hold the position of Assistant Sergeant at Arms. God bless you and thank you. I have a few special gifts that I'll present to you, and I look forward to continuing to serve you in other ways. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, AM radio has been an integral part of American history. From FDR's fireside chats to the emergency alert system, the importance of this form of media, both culturally and functionally, should not be understated. 41% of Arkansans live in rural counties, and of those, only 60% have access to standard broadband internet. Many of these individuals have long and often hazardous commutes to work. Along many of the beautiful back roads of my district, cell service is oftentimes non-existent or spotty at best. I was glad to co-sponsor, along with my friend Representative Josh Gottheimer, bipartisan legislation, the AM Radio for Every Vehicle Act of 2023, that will require all new motor vehicles to have access to AM radio in an attempt to put the safety of Americans first. This access has and will continue to save lives during emergencies, improve lives during travel, and support hardworking Americans all over the nation. Mr. Speaker, I rise to express my deepest condolences to the family and friends of Ms. Mary Mae Fisher, who passed away on Saturday. Mary was an active member of the Dardanelle Rotary Club, Dardanelle Chamber of Commerce, and a dedicated community leader in both Dardanelle and Danville, Arkansas. For over 50 years, Mary was the editor and publisher of the Yale County Record and the Dardanelle Post-Dispatch. Mary had a heart for community service, and her mark on the 4th District will not be soon forgotten. My prayers go out to her husband, David Fisher, and all Arkansans mourning this loss. And Mr. Speaker, I now invite two of my colleagues from Arkansas, Mr. Crawford and Mr. Womack, to join me. And we are here today in our rise to honor the life of former state legislator and Arkansas Treasurer Mark Lowry. A Maumelle native, Mark was a devoted public servant. He served as editor of the Maumelle Monitor and the Sherwood Voice and taught communications at the University of Central Arkansas and Henderson State University. In 2013, Mark began his nearly 10-year career as a state legislator, serving Arkansas's 39th District, where I had the pleasure of serving alongside him. Although his time as state treasurer was short, he was passionate about serving our state. On behalf of the Arkansas delegation, I want to express our deepest condolences to his family, friends, and staff during this time. And I now yield time to Representative Womack.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of an incredible leader and a dedicated public servant whom we lost yesterday. Mark Lowry committed much of his life to serving Arkansans as an elected official, educator, and journalist. During his time as state representative for 10 years, he had Arkansas youth and families top of mind. He brought significant reforms to the education system and fought hard for fairness in elections. Most recently elected the Arkansas State Treasurer. Although Mark will be deeply missed, his legacy lives on. My prayers are with Mark's family and friends as they navigate this incredibly sad and difficult time, and I offer them my sincere condolences. My hope is that we can all find solace knowing Arkansas is better off because of Mark Lowry's dedicated work for the people of Arkansas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Alabama, Ms. Sewell, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the 75th anniversary of the Executive Order 9981, which desegregated the U.S. Armed Forces. It was in my home state of Alabama, or should I say our home state of Alabama, in 1941 that 1,000 brave, black men trained at the great Tuskegee University to become the first black pilots in U.S. history. They challenged the status quo by showing white pilots and U.S. military leadership that they were more than qualified to defend the United States in a combat role. Segregation in the military finally ended on July 26, 1948, with President Truman's Executive Order 9981. But progress has been slow, Mr. Speaker. It took another 40 years before Colin Powell made history and became the first black chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Furthermore, it was just 2 years ago when Lloyd Austin was confirmed as the very first black Secretary of Defense in our nation's history. The battle to end discrimination in the military is one that we are still fighting today. Just this month, House Republicans voted to strip diversity, equity, and inclusion programs from the armed forces, undermining decades of strides toward racial equality. That is why yesterday I joined Congresswoman Marilyn Strickland in introducing a bill to finally codify non-discrimination in the military. As our service members risk their lives daily to protect our country, the least we can do is to protect them from discrimination. I'm immensely proud to honor the enormous contributions of the Tuskegee Airmen today. We must never forget the precious gift of freedom that is preserved because of their dedication and courage. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Alabama yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Langworthy, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor and celebrate the extraordinary life of Monsignor Dino Lorenzetti. Monsignor Dino Lorenzetti, the eldest priest of the Buffalo Catholic Diocese, whose priesthood spans 70 years, at least a dozen parishes, and who headed the office of family life for 20 years, died July 12th, 2023, just 11 short days of his 102nd birthday. In Monsignor's powerful voice, he would famously start each Mass he celebrated with, "Good morning, all you people of faith. You are loved." Dino served an incredible 70-year priesthood and undoubtedly impacted the lives of thousands of people across Western New York with his warmth, his enthusiasm, and his upbeat personality. When you met him, you immediately realized you had just been in the presence of a very special and holy person. Monsignor Lorenzetti co-officiated my wife, Erin, and my wedding. He did the same for my mother and father-in-law's wedding, and he baptized all their children. Many, many Western New York families can say the same thing across multiple generations. Dino Lorenzetti served as a priest under 9 different popes and 10 bishops of Buffalo during his lifetime. He was born in Buffalo to Italian immigrants. Dino Lorenzetti's life of service and faith began with courage and dedication. As a young man, he answered the call of duty during World War II, serving in the U.S. Army Air Corps in Africa and Italy from 1941 to 1945. His bravery and commitment during those challenging times foreshadowed the depth of character and would define his entire life. Monsignor Lorenzetti was a longtime pastor of Our Lady of Sacred Heart Church in Orchard Park. He led efforts to purchase a former West Seneca school building to establish the parish school. It thrived to rank among the largest grade schools in the entire diocese. His influence extended globally when Pope Paul VI appointed him as a spiritual advisor to the National Federation of Catholic Physicians Guilds. And in 1978, he was honored to address the World Conference of Physicians in India alongside Mother Teresa, where they both received very prestigious awards. Until shortly before his passing, he faithfully celebrated weekly masses at St. John the Baptist Church in Kenmore and St. Martha's in Depew. In memory of Monsignor Lorenzetti, we celebrate a life well lived, a life of profound service, and a life that will forever shine as an example of God's love. May he rest in eternal peace, knowing that his impact will continue to touch hearts and transform lives for generations to come. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of my colleagues' bipartisan amendment to prevent the funds made available by our agricultural appropriation bill to go forward towards funding a rule that will ban flavored milk, like chocolate milk, in our schools. School nutrition programs play a vital role in providing our students with healthy meals that contribute to their growth and well-being. Flavored and unflavored milk options have been an essential part of these programs, and research has consistently shown that flavored milk is a powerful tool for successfully delivering essential nutrients to our school-aged children. Dairy products are the cornerstone of a balanced diet and are an unparalleled source of calcium, protein, potassium, phosphorus, and vitamin D for kids of all ages. These nutrients are crucial for bone growth, immune health, and optimal brain development during their school years. Numerous studies have demonstrated that removing flavored milk from schools leads to a decrease in overall milk consumption. Our children are more likely to enjoy and consume milk when they have flavorful options available to them. By preserving the allowance of non-fat and low-fat flavored milks at all grade levels, we encourage higher milk consumption and promote healthier habits among our youth. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and by doing so, we show our commitment to the well-being of our nation's children and their access to nutritious options in our school. And I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The gentleman from New York yields. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I am so incredibly grateful that the House passed my amendment to the Military Construction and VA Appropriations Bill. Earlier this year, I was proud to lead 64 of our colleagues in calling for a significant increase to address the funding gap in our state veterans home system. My amendment increases the funding for VA State Home Construction Grant by $5 million. As many in Michigan delegation know, Southeast Michigan is home to the largest concentration of veterans in the Midwest. However, we don't have a VA home in the Detroit area. State veteran homes are a critical counterpart for our VA system in providing long-term care and services for our veterans. With more than 30,000 beds nationwide, the State Veterans Home Program is the largest provider of long-term care for our nation's veterans, with services that include nursing care and adult daycare. The program enables, Mr. Speaker, for states to construct, renovate, or repair these state-owned facilities, with VA providing up to 65% of the cost of construction. Currently, there are more than $600 million in unfulfilled Priority 1 grant requests by the states, demonstrating that the states are eager, willing, and prepared to take on an important responsibility, as well as share of the cost of caring for our nation's veterans. Unfortunately, only $150 million was appropriated in the FY fiscal year 2023, and this bill only allocates $164 million, leaving many grant requests unfulfilled and the inability for our states to move forward. If we cannot, Mr. Speaker, take care of our nation's veterans, we shouldn't be sending them to war. So my amendment, with the support of all of you, is a small step towards addressing that funding gap. And I want to thank our committee for their support in this effort. And I'm grateful again for our colleagues for supporting this amendment. And I look forward to continuing this fight to ensure that our veterans get the care they deserve. Mr. Speaker, credit and consumer reports, which often contain errors, are increasingly an obstacle for many of our residents for meeting their basic needs. Victims of financial abuse and fraud, or those strapped with medical debt, are regularly denied access to employment, housing, transportation because of their credit history. Our neighbors should not have to go without basic necessities because they fell victim to fraudulent activity or predatory lenders. Survivors of domestic abuse, for instance, do not deserve to have debt resulting from the abuse of their credit report. Medical debt should not prevent someone from securing shelter or an education. That's why I'm reintroducing the Restoring Unfairly Impaired Credit and Protecting Consumers Act to provide credit restoration for victims of predatory lending, fraud, and other financial abuse, prohibiting the reporting of medical debt, reduce the length of time that adverse information appears on credit reports from 7 down to 4 years. Know this, economists say 7 years is not a good indicator. So many of the residents, especially in your districts, will tell you reducing it down to 4 years can be transformative for their families. So I urge my colleagues to please support this bill. Mr. Speaker, it has been 1 year anniversary. It's been 1 year anniversary of the Congressional Mamas Caucus, which I founded with our Congresswomen Jayapal, Bush, Meng, and Williams. The Mamas Caucus is not only committed to advocating for mothers of color and working families, but committed to making sure all mothers have a seat at the table where policy decisions are made. We can't be talking about mothers without mothers at the table. For instance, the cost of raising a child in our country is among the highest in the world, and our policies and social safety nets too often leave many behind. We must build child care policies that support every family and ones that ensure providers are paid a living wage. Whether on maternal health, especially Black maternal health, or reproductive justice, paid leave, and so many other issues, mothers must be centered in the policies that we advance here in Congress. Thank you to all of my colleagues who have joined us in this fight, and we know that we have many efforts in store in the year to come. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Michigan yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. McCormick, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to condemn the bullying and threatening of American businesses by being conducted by the United States Department of Commerce. This was brought to my attention by a small business owner just this week. In the Census Bureau's annual business survey, business owners are now asked if they invest in a list of so-called green initiatives to fight climate change. If your local baker, dry cleaner, or peanut farmer hasn't been able to invest in geothermal energy or a renewable purchase power agreement or extra battery power storage, they're asked these threatening questions. Are you afraid of lost sales? Do you foresee getting a bad reputation? Do you think it might be harder to raise capital or secure lines of credit? Do you think you might be fined by the government? Do you think your business will suffer if we implement a carbon tax? The bottom line, from the radical leftists in charge of our executive branch, that's a nice business you have there. It'd be a shame if something happened to it. Surveys with leading questions are often called push polls. This is more like a shove poll. This is the federal government threatening American businesses to engage in government-pushed policy or else. Well, here's a warning of my own. If you work at the Department of Commerce and you are responsible for this disgusting language, you will be hearing from Congress very soon. Be prepared to explain yourselves. The time for bureaucratic overreach must come to an end. The federal government exists to serve and protect Americans and their livelihoods, not to pick winners or losers, not to destroy industries, and not to impose climate change ideology on hundreds of thousands of businesses that bring prosperity to American families every day. Thank you, and Semper Fidelis.
The gentleman from Georgia has yielded. I want to remind members, if you would, direct all comments to the chair. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Larson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today, and first, before I begin, want to associate myself with the remarks of Reverend Green. It's always great to be in the midst of someone who has performed so extraordinarily well and is indeed a great American. Congratulations, Joyce. I also rise today, Mr. Speaker, to talk about the 88th birthday of Social Security. That will take place on August the 14th, and we're calling upon members all across this nation, joined by great groups like the National Committee to Preserve and Protect Social Security Works, the AFL-CIO, and the list goes on. But please save the date as a day to action. A day to action because Congress hasn't taken any action. In fact, it might interest people in the gallery to know that Congress hasn't done anything to enhance Social Security in more than 52 years. And here we find ourselves in the midst of a pandemic that in this country has impacted people over the age of 65 more severely than any other group. Slightly over 1 million people have perished. Over 856,000 are over the age of 65. those same individuals are the ones that, because of global inflation, have found themselves in a situation, as people on fixed incomes often do, that they are the ones that are most severely hurt. And so, as Reverend King would say, the fierce urgency of now is upon the United States Congress. And what are we asking the United States Congress to do? Vote. How hard is that? Whether it's in the United States Senate or whether it's in the House of Representatives. Everybody claims how much they respect and love and admire Social Security. If that's true, then why don't we vote on it? It hasn't been enhanced in 52 years. The last time something was done in 1983, Ronald Reagan was president, Bob Dole ran the United States Senate, and Tip O'Neill was Speaker of the House. And they extended Social Security at that time, its solvency, but they didn't do anything to enhance the program. I dare say that things have changed a lot since Richard Nixon was president in terms of the cost of procuring goods and services in this country, and yet we have not done anything as a Congress to enhance the benefit of the more than 66 million people who are on Social Security. That number will exceed 70 million within a year and a half. 70 million of our fellow Americans, and here's the real deal, 5 million of them get below poverty level checks from their government, having worked all their lives, paid into a system to get an earned benefit, and find themselves getting a below poverty level check because the United States Congress has not acted on their behalf. 23 million fellow Americans get taxed on their work in their job for what they're doing, and they shouldn't be. That tax should be eliminated. There needs to be an across-the-board increase for all Social Security recipients. That's why we call attention to this day of action. The day of action that's needed most, though, is by the United States Congress, and for us to act bipartisanly across the board and make sure that people are getting the benefits that they've richly earned. 10,000 baby boomers a day become eligible for Social Security, and still Congress does not act. America, rise up. Prevail upon your members of Congress to act. And by act, I mean vote. Vote to bring Social Security 2100 to the floor for a vote. Vote in the Senate to bring those bills forward. If you've got a better idea, if you've got a better plan, lay it out there for the public to see. But for God's sake, vote on it for the sake of the American people. The American people deserve more from their Congress than lip service. They need action.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Connecticut yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Collins, for 5 minutes.
America, I just want to take a minute real quick to thank our servicemen and women, our military personnel that are stationed all around this world, that are standing in the gap, that are ensuring that our freedoms are protected. Not only our freedoms, but our kids' opportunity to grow up in the greatest country in the world. Because we know there are enemies out there all around who would like to see nothing better for this country and our freedoms and our way of life to be destroyed and taken away. That's why, Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight the Veterans Appropriations Bill that will support our troops overseas and will let them know that we've got their back. See, Mr. Speaker, House Republicans are providing over $800 million above the the President's budget. The President's budget requests that for new military construction that is focusing on the Indo-Pacific theater to counter China. H.R. 4366 also funds new barracks and other quality of life projects just so our men and women in uniform can perform at their best while out there defending our nation. Just want to be clear, Mr. Speaker. Our troops and their family, they make great sacrifices in defending our country. And it's our duty to support them and give them that support they deserve. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Georgia yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Liu, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, Bloomberg reported that U.S. GDP growth accelerated to 2.4%, blowing past economists' estimates. Consumer confidence is also at the highest level in over 2 years, and inflation has now declined for 12 consecutive months to a low of 3%. The United States has the highest GDP growth and the lowest inflation of all the G7 countries. So growth is up, consumer confidence is up, inflation is down. This is Bidenomics, and it did not happen by accident. When Democrats were in control last term, we passed numerous laws to grow our economy from the bottom up and the middle out. We passed the American Rescue Plan, the Inflation Reduction Act, the Chips and Science Act, the Infrastructure Law. All of those laws have now grown our economy and grown the middle class. What are Republicans focused on? Putting women in jail for concealing abortions. Mr. Speaker, as a recovering computer science major, I'm excited about artificial intelligence. AI has moved society forward. It will continue to do amazing things in the medical field and many other fields. At the same time, there are potential risks to artificial intelligence, and we need to make sure we can harness the benefits of AI and reduce these risks. That's why I have proposed a national AI commission. It is a bipartisan blue ribbon commission that will make recommendations to Congress as to what kinds of AI we should regulate and how we might go about doing so. This legislation is co-authored with Republican Congressmember Ken Buck, with Congresswoman Anna Eshoo, and on the Senate side, it will be carried by Senator Schatz. I urge the Speaker to put this legislation on the floor for a vote. In addition, AI can also destroy the world. We can never, ever let AI control nuclear weapons. I've also introduced bipartisan legislation that would prevent AI from ever launching a nuclear weapon by itself. We need to have meaningful human control. I also request the Speaker to allow that bill to be voted on the floor. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bean, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, the new rankings are out, and Florida is #1. It's not football, although I would understand one making that assumption. Florida is #1 for small business, according to a recent Venture Smarter study that considered numerous factors like business climate, tax structure, and burdensome business regulations. Florida has just been ranked the #1 state in America. Today, I rise to congratulate my home state, the free state of Florida, on this outstanding accomplishment. In the Sunshine State, we support small businesses to do what they do best: invest, hire, and grow. And when we shop small, we all win big. Spending your money at that local small business can make a big difference. Today, 2.8 million business owners and entrepreneurs call Florida home, but Mr. Speaker, there's room for one more. And if you're considering coming to Florida to open a business, I urge you to make a plan. Frankly, you need to plan what to do with all that extra money in your pocket because Florida has no income tax. As a member of the House Small Business Committee, I'm working to ensure every small business has the opportunity to thrive and fuel our economy and communities all across America. Mr. Speaker, as a member of the Small Business Committee, I rise today to honor Florida's Main Street Award for Business Owner of the Year, Miss Natalie Wu. Miss Wu is a resident of Nassau County, and I'm proud to represent her in Florida's 4th Congressional District. Natalie opened the wonderful Wicked Bow restaurant 5 years ago. For the first time, amazing Asian street food was available to patrons of downtown Fernandina Beach's historic district. Delectable and scrumptious are words we use to describe our food, but what about innovative? Who knew that tater tots made with rice instead of potatoes, rice tots, could be so delicious? That would be Miss Wu. With her establishment, she's inspired what was once an overlooked area off the beaten path into a popular destination. In addition to serving up delicious treats, Miss Wu is a steadfast advocate for local small businesses. She is a Fernandina Beach Main Street, no-cost ways to promote your business panelist and a prominent supporter of the Fernandina Beach window painting event, inspiring local high school artists to showcase their work. She is also an awesome mother to her 2 sons, Philip and Martin Toxeldorf. Miss Wu's dedication to her business and our community will have a lasting impact on Fernandina Beach. My colleagues and I on the Small Business Committee are inspired by her story. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all my colleagues in Congress join me in honoring the Florida Secretary of State's Florida Main Street Award for Business Owner of the Year, Miss Natalie Wu. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman from Florida yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Mullins, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, extreme weather is climate change unfolding before our very eyes. This past weekend, the Bay Area, the San Francisco Bay Area, recorded temperatures in the 90s and 100s, a far cry from our usual temperate summer weather. My region wasn't the only part of the country feeling the heat. The month of July has been a scorcher for the whole country, with no end in sight. In fact, the 4th of July was one of the hottest days on Earth in at least 50 years, a record that scientists said would have been virtually impossible without climate change. The story doesn't end with heat waves. Other climate disasters like severe storms and wildfires have been and will continue to be more intense and more frequent. Earlier this year, atmospheric rivers and devastating flooding pummeled my district, nestled between the Pacific Ocean and the San Francisco Bay, causing millions of dollars in damage. Many Americans can afford to shield their properties from climate disasters and have done so over the years. But families who are already struggling to make ends meet are often left behind. This is especially true for households of color, many of whom live in more disaster-prone areas. We need to ensure everyone, regardless of their income, can shield their properties against the most devastating consequences of climate change. That's why I introduced the Weatherization, Resilience, and Adaptation Program, or WRAP Act, along with 20 of my colleagues from across the country, from California, but also Texas, Pennsylvania, Louisiana, Ohio, and Michigan. We stand together. My bill would help low-income homeowners, affordable housing providers, and mobile home communities harden their property so they are more resilient to climate-driven natural disasters. Homeowners would get help to pay for things like double-pane windows, heat-resistant roofing, artificial berms and dunes, and more. The Biden administration recently announced a nearly $1 billion investment through the Inflation Reduction Act that will assist the owners of federally subsidized affordable housing buildings in becoming more resilient to climate disasters. The WRAP Act would build on this historic action by helping individual property owners and the owners of other types of low-income housing who are left out of the IRA program. It's unfortunate that climate resilience building measures are seen through a partisan lens. The reality is far different. Climate disasters don't distinguish between so-called red states and blue states. We are all impacted. Congress has the opportunity to shield our most vulnerable communities before disaster strikes. With that, I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from California yields. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. McClain, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to talk about the reality of Bidenomics. We've heard the president say time and time again that his economic policies have worked. He actually believes that the American economy is better today than it was before he took office. Well, let's look at the facts, because we know this administration has a habit of changing terms, redefining issues, and really not looking at the facts. So let's look at the facts. Gas is up 34% since Joe Biden took office. Energy prices are up 28.5%. And the average American family is paying almost $1,200 per month on everyday needs. Now tell me, does that sound like an economy that's strong? The clear answer is no. The economy is not strong. It's actually a lot weaker than it was before Joe Biden took office. And the sad reality is that hardworking taxpayers are footing the bill for Biden's failures. I think it's time we tell the truth, that Bidenomics has been a complete and utter failure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Michigan yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Auchincloss, for 5 minutes.
I ask unanimous consent to address the House.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to bring attention to the extended processing times for passports, global entry applications, and tax returns. On average, Americans are waiting 2 to 4 months for passport renewals and 4 to 6 months for global entry appointments. Many are waiting even longer. There are also 2.6 million Americans still waiting on their 2023 tax refunds, while facing hours-long wait times when calling the IRS. Since the start of this year alone, my office has assisted with more than 500 passport requests, nearly triple the number we assisted with all of last year. These numbers are unacceptable. This backlog exacerbates American citizens' frustrations with federal institutions and undermines their trust in our government's ability to serve them effectively. This is not the fault of our federal workers. They are working tirelessly, including nights and weekends, to improve these delays, but they don't have the resources and bandwidth that they need. Now, House Republicans have proposed funding cuts to the IRS and the State Department that would only worsen these delays and the backlog, inhibiting Americans from accessing these essential services. Congress must reject these cuts and instead support these agencies with increased staffing and reliable funding. I yield back.
The gentleman from Massachusetts yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Guam, Mr. Moreland, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also wanted to thank Chair Roger Williams and Ranking Member Nadia Velazquez on the Committee on Small Business for allowing me to sit in on their hearing yesterday, focused on the challenges that face rural small businesses. I would also like to thank Congressman Sri Tandidar for allowing me to be the Republican lead on his bill, H.R. 4661, also known as the One-Stop Shop for Small Business Licensing Act of 2023. Small businesses are vital to Guam's economy and are the embodiment of American dream, entrepreneur spirit. Guam's economy thrives thanks to the hard work, committed, dedicated, and resourceful small business owners. It is also not easy owning and running a small business, and these expertise enterprises face issues that are not concerning to large corporations. A common issue is that I have heard about from small business owners, from the Guam Chamber of Commerce, and the witness panel in yesterday's hearings is the limited access to capital. This continues to be an increasingly difficult with high interest rates and inflation continuing to be a burden on how business is conducted. Consequently, small businesses are forced to invest less into their company and find it difficult to expand, offer more goods and services, and provide more jobs. While Guam is not exempt from the microeconomic issues that plague our economy, we have our own set of challenges that make up doing business in Guam more difficult. Every business across the nation is currently feeling the effects of inflation, labor shortages, and supply chain issues. In Guam, these challenges are magnified because of the island's geographic location. Shipping costs greatly increase the cost of goods, and Guam's labor shortage is worsened because of this isolation, requiring the use of H-2B visa workers. As a small island in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, nearly every business in my district qualifies as a rural small business. The issues small business face are my issues, and I will continue to do everything in my power to support them. By an extension, the people of Guam. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to congratulate the Guam Association of Realtors, or GAR, for the launch of their assistance program for both homeowners and renters, and for receiving a grant of $500,000 to fund their program. It was several months ago when my island community was struck by Typhoon Mawar, leaving it in devastation. Many were left stranded, homeless, and without the means to rebuild their lives. It is through programs like this that we can rebuild our community and provide a much-needed lifeline for our people. GAR's legacy dates back several decades and is part of one of the largest and most influential trade industries in the nation, the National Association of Realtors. Their primary objectives include promoting and maintaining high standards of conduct, providing a unified medium for real estate owners, and creating an atmosphere of unity. I'd like to applaud the Executive Director, Peggy Lagas, the hardworking staff and management of GAR, and the Board of Directors for their contributions on Guam and for giving our community hope. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, earlier this year, during the debt ceiling negotiations, some of my colleagues across the aisle very baselessly claimed that Republicans were cutting funding for our nation's veterans, which was entirely unfounded and untrue. We have, as members of this House, Republicans always supported those who served our country, and our Millicon VA funding legislation this past week further proves this fact. In this year's appropriations bill, not only do we not cut funding for veterans, but rather we fully fund their health care and benefits programs to ensure our veterans receive the timely care they've rightfully earned and deserve. Additionally, the GOP is continuing to fight to improve the quality of life of active duty service members by supporting the construction of new family housing units and child care centers. And in my district, Fort Indian Town Gap is receiving a significant level of funding for necessary upgrades. Our bill, Mr. Speaker, also keeps ideology and politics out of the care of veterans by frankly rightfully prohibiting from our military the use of funds to advance such things as critical race theory and disallowing the implementation, administration, or enforcement of President Biden's executive orders on diversity, equity, and inclusion. These functions and plans probably have a place in society where appropriate, but certainly not in our military, because in the military we continue to respect all Americans who are willing to serve. So Republicans as well, Mr. Speaker, just recently passed the strongest NDAA in history, which included the largest pay raise in 20 years for our soldiers, our sailors, our airmen, our Marines. And despite this, only a handful, Mr. Speaker, of our colleagues, our Democrat colleagues, voted for it. House Republicans have and will continue to support our military and those who risk their lives and sacrifice, make the sacrifices necessary to serve our great country. And I'm appreciative and urge my colleagues to continue to support H.R. 4366. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania yields. Chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Santos, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to bring attention to the state of chaos that the Biden administration border policies have created in New York's 3rd District. Today at 1 p.m., there is a press conference taking place back home in front of the new megastructure tent being built at Creedmoor Center across the street from an elementary school, PS 18 in Queens. You see, Mr. Speaker, when I visited the border just a couple of weeks ago, I toured a similar facility to the one being built in my district. Now it's safe to say what is going on at the southern border can be felt as far north as New York. This problem is no longer out of sight, out of mind, thanks to the Biden administration policies. All districts are border districts. I'm calling on Mayor Eric Adams to stop this madness and to declare a state of emergency for New York City and to stop taking in these migrants. The city is overwhelmed by constant influx of migrants alongside being plagued by rising crime. As the only Republican representing Queens in Congress, I call on my counterparts on the other side of the aisle to join me in efforts to end this madness in our county and in our city. New Yorkers deserve a better quality of life than the one imposed by its one-party rule government. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman from New York yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize July as National Blueberry Month. Georgia might be known as the peach state, but our top fruit is actually blueberries, making it a critical part of our state's economy. From May to July, this fruit is harvested, and a 2019 study found Georgia blueberries generate an annual economic impact of over $520 million. Being a farmer is difficult. Most of their success depends on things outside of their control, such as supply chain issues, worker shortages, and most notably, weather issues. In March of 2021, Georgia's blueberry farmers lost more than $140 million worth of crops to freezes, which, contrary to popular belief, we do get from time to time down in South Georgia. Unfortunately, freezes are not covered losses and do not qualify for federal assistance funds. That's why in this year's Farm Bill, I'm fighting for freeze to qualify for the same protections as other natural disasters such as floods or hurricanes. This small legislative fix will give security to growers of Georgia's #1 export. Let's make this National Blueberry Month the last one without this common sense protection for blueberry farmers. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in remembrance of Howard Allen Poe. Howard was born on January 6, 1961 in Sanford, North Carolina, to Allen Augustus Poe and Evelyn Grace H. Poe. Mr. Poe was a resident of Brunswick for 22 years, where he was a member of Cowboy Church as well as the owner of American Dock Builders and Coastal Marine Center. He was the life of the party. He was loved by all who were blessed enough to know him. Fondly known as Captain Hap, Howard competed in the Southern Kingfish Association Trail and SKA Pro Tour for over 25 years. He was proud to be the 1996 SKA National Angler of the Year. However, Mr. Poe's proudest accomplishment was his children, who he watched grow and succeed both personally and professionally. Howard's legacy will live on in the positive impact that he had on his community, and would like to extend my deepest sympathies to his family. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the 90th birthday of Marion Virginia DeLoach, a lifelong educator from Chatham County and mother of former Mayor of Savannah, Georgia, Eddie DeLoach. Throughout her career in education, Marion served as a substitute teacher, a middle school teacher, a Sunday school teacher, a curriculum specialist, a principal, and president of her local Parent Teachers Association. There's no doubt that over her decades of service to her community, Virginia has impacted thousands of students' lives, helping instill in them values of hard work, courage, and dedication. In her free time, Virginia enjoys softball, reading, and camping. As she celebrates 9 decades of life this September, I wish her good health and bountiful enjoyment and pleasure from these hobbies over the next decade of life. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in celebration of the upcoming Military Marriage Day, which is celebrated on August the 14th of each year. My district is particularly blessed to have such a large veteran and active duty service member population, and Military Marriage Day provides an opportunity to honor the sacred bonds these service members share with their spouses. Strong military marriages are vitally important to the strength and well-being of our armed forces. When one spouse decides to serve their country, both spouses take on that responsibility. They can't do it alone, and we are so appreciative of all the sacrifices made by our service members and their families to defend our freedoms. I congratulate our district's new military marriages on their recent unions and vows, and I'm continually inspired by the persistence, strength, commitment, and love of the many long-standing military marriages in our district. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Georgia yields. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Gracious God, in this summer season when many have opportunity to take time with friends and family to enjoy rest and relaxation, we pray that in the August recess that is before this body, that you would grant to our legislators respite to their bodies, counsel to their spirits, and renewal to their souls. When year-round so much draws so necessarily and yet heavily on their energy and attention, grant them opportunity in these coming weeks to allow their minds and their souls to pause from their grueling schedules. In the quiet of these moments, may they listen for your voice, yield their wills to your will, and realign their priorities to your desired direction for their efforts. Remind the rest of us, too, to take Sabbath from the onslaught of news and media. Silence our desire for the buzzing of the latest soundbite or the thrill of the hottest political contest. Give us pause from the critique and analysis and inspire in us the compassion and concern for those whom we have elected to carry the heavy mantle of responsibility of governing our nation. May we dedicate this break in the congressional grind to pray for the health and welfare of our leadership. May all who labor and who are heavy laden come to you in this season and always, that in you they would find rest for their bodies and peace in their souls. To you be the glory as we offer ourselves and our prayers to you. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Ross.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, messages from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has passed Act 1387, an act to reauthorize the Project Safe Neighborhoods Grant Program Authorization Act of 2018 and for other purposes in which concurrence of the House is requested.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. The gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition. Gentleman from South Carolina.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute prior to extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to recognize Stuart McVean, President and CEO of the Savannah River Nuclear Solutions, who will be retiring today. Stuart has led SRNS since 2016, and since that time has overseen numerous successes and unprecedented growth at the Savannah River site. Under his leadership, SRNS has made significant strides in its development of the Savannah River Plutonium Processing Facility. This will produce the American plutonium pits for nuclear deterrence. The site has also begun shipping downloaded surplus plutonium to achieve progress in its environmental remediation and cleanup activities. His contributions have made South Carolina, our neighbor Georgia, safer. Best wishes Stuart and his wife Kelly for continued success. Welcome Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, of our valued ally of Italy, to Washington. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism continues, moving from the Afghanistan safe haven to America with open Biden borders.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, another train derailment alarmed a Pennsylvania community. This time, 15 CSX cars derailed in White Marsh Township, right in the heart of my district. Fortunately, no one was hurt and there was no environmental harm. Authorities believe it was due to a sinkhole after the area endured major flooding in the days before. Still, White Marsh is just yet another example of a train derailment. 2 in Pennsylvania this year, and of course the disaster in neighboring East Palestine, Ohio. a growing and alarming trend that cannot be overlooked. These are different scenarios, but whether it's a repercussion of improper oversight or a consequence of growing climate crises, we must meet this moment. A sinkhole or overheated wheels, we must do better at monitoring freight trains and their rails, because we rely upon our rails to feed us, heat and cool our homes, and bring other necessities. And many of these freight trains carry some hazardous chemicals. They run through Pennsylvania neighborhoods, directly threatening the safety of our residents. In the face of climate crisis, reimagining and investing in America is what we must do, investing in our infrastructure, and that is exactly what we are doing. Freight trains are essential to our nation and should never be a threat to our communities. And with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 4366, the Military Construction, Veterans Affairs, and Related Agencies Appropriations Bill for fiscal year 2024, and in particular, the allocation of $6.61 million for the Department of Defense Family Housing Improvement Fund. This crucial legislation aims to ensure that the brave families of our service members receive the dignified and safe housing that they truly deserve. Our military families, they sacrifice so much for our security, for our prosperity in this country. They endure the long deployments, frequently relocations, and the emotional toll that comes with having a loved one in harm's way. The least that we can do is provide them with a housing that meets the standards that they deserve. Regrettably, we've heard from many of these families that their current housing situation is inadequate and in some cases unsafe and unsuitable for raising a family. This is unacceptable. The Department of Defense Family Housing Improvement Fund will bring about much-needed changes and improvements to the lives of those who selflessly serve our nation. We cannot afford to fail them any longer. Investing in our families, military families, is not a matter of gratitude. It's a matter of national security and readiness. Our service members perform at their very best, and I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
For purposes of the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition.
To address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to express my support for the U.S. women's national soccer team, which is currently playing in the World Cup. Quite the match last night. I want to give special recognition to the 5 players on the team who have connections to my home state of North Carolina. Aubrey Kingsbury, who played at Wake Forest University, Lynn Williams, who played on the Carolina Courage in my district, Casey Murphy, who currently plays on the Carolina Courage, and Emily Fox and Kristen Dunn, who played at UNC and are currently on the Carolina Courage. As we cheer them on, and while they're representing the USA abroad, it's important that we also support them at home. We must ensure that all women athletes receive the same pay, treatment, and resources as their male counterparts. I'm so proud of all the strong, talented women on our national team. We are rooting for you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Alicia Munson of Amory, Wisconsin on breaking the American record in the 5,000 meters this past weekend. She ran 5,000 meters in 14 minutes and 19.45 seconds, beating the previous record by 4.47 seconds. But this is not the only record she has set this year. In February, she broke the North American indoor record in the 3,000 meters, and in March, she set a new North American 10,000 meters record. Alicia has been representing Wisconsin's 7th district since she was in high school, running cross country and track. She then went on to become one of the top runners for the University of Wisconsin-Madison before becoming an Olympian in 2021. I can't wait to see what record she breaks next. Keep making Wisconsin proud, Alicia. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Elaine Newberg, who will celebrate her 100th birthday on August 24th. Born in 1923, she grew up in Philadelphia and attended the University of Pennsylvania. A gifted pianist, Elaine performed with the Philadelphia Symphony Orchestra. She went on to become a music teacher, producing a number of popular musicals worthy of the best theaters. Passionate about helping students find their way, Elaine became a guidance counselor, serving as president of both the Long Island and New York State School Counselor Association. Elaine and her husband Marvin, a World War II veteran, raised 2 children, Richard and Shanti. Richard is an Emmy Award-winning journalist in Buffalo, and Shanti is a social worker. I ask my colleagues to join me in honoring Elaine Newberg's dedicated life of service, passion, creativity, as we wish her a very happy 100th birthday. And I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to discuss how the Military Construction and Veterans Affairs Appropriation Bill will honor those who paid the ultimate sacrifice in defense of our freedom here and abroad. Arlington National Cemetery is the final resting place of hundreds of thousands of veterans who died fighting for us. It's a tremendous honor to be buried at Arlington, but the cemetery is running out of space and is currently undergoing an expansion that requires funding from Congress to be completed. The Military Construction and VA Appropriation Bill fully funds the cemetery's southern expansion project, which will be increase the burial capacity until at least 2060. Those who pay the ultimate sacrifice for our nation must be honored, and the Military Construction VA Appropriations Bill ensures America's most hallowed ground can continue to be the final resting place for our fallen heroes. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, as we mark the second anniversary of the July 11th, 2021 protest in Cuba, I call on the Cuban government to release all those imprisoned for exercising their rights to protest, to freedom of expression and association. 2 years ago, Cubans took to the streets to demand better living conditions and more freedoms amid a grim economic crisis. There is no excuse for these largely peaceful protests to have been met with government repression, arrests, and internet blackouts. According to reputable reports, over 1,500 people were arrested in connection with these protests, and over 680 remain in prison. However, Mr. Speaker, U.S. policies contribute directly to the hardships that Cubans endure. But the Cuban government's repression only exacerbates the many challenges facing its people. Cuba should release all remaining protesters, and the United States of America should end all policies, including taking Cuba off the state sponsor of terrorism list that only increase the suffering of the Cuban people. With that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The 3rd Congressional District of Illinois is home to a historic Puerto Rican community directly linked to the legacy, the present, and future of Puerto Rico. The lack of food sovereignty in Puerto Rico is a policy choice that threatens lives and livelihoods. When I visited Puerto Rico last year, I was shocked to learn that food insecurity was a major motivation for the 2nd biggest Puerto Rican migration since the 1950s. 85% of their food is imported, and Puerto Rico is subject to much higher grocery prices. When Hurricane Maria hit, food imports couldn't come in. Many of my Puerto Rican constituents came to Chicago because of Hurricane Maria and because of food insecurity. This body has the responsibility to act now on supporting food sovereignty in Puerto Rico. We can start today by using every legislative tool at our disposal through the upcoming Farm Bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Without
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I am a proud co-sponsor of Medicare for All here in the House. Medicare for All isn't controversial or radical. It's common sense policy to ensure that your health care is not dependent on where you work. We all know that Medicare already works in this country for so many older adults. Now, when I was mayor of Long Beach, I was proud to co-found the Mayors for Medicare Coalition, which brought together cities across the country to support Medicare for All. As mayor, I saw the impact every day that barriers to healthcare can have on a community. That's why over 100 local cities and jurisdictions support Medicare for All nationally. Medicare for All isn't just a commitment to address injustices in the healthcare system, it's an investment in the American people. We owe it to our country to prioritize healthcare, and Medicare for All is the way. Healthcare is a human right. Let's pass Medicare for All. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 614, I call up S.J. Res. 9 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution 9, Joint Resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the United States Fish and Wildlife Service relating to endangered and threatened wildlife and plants, lesser prairie chicken, threatened status with Section 4D, rule for the Northern Distinct Population Segment, and endangered status for the Southern Distinct Population Segment.
Pursuant to House Resolution 614, the joint resolution is considered read. The joint resolution shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their respective designees. The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Grijalva, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on S.J. Res. 9.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of S.J. Res. 9, sponsored by Senator Marshall of Kansas. This bipartisan resolution will protect voluntary conservation while eliminating the litigation-driven listing of the lesser prairie chicken. Last year, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service published a final rule listing the lesser prairie chicken as an endangered species. The rule created 2 distinct population segments. The northern segment, which covers Colorado, Kansas, Oklahoma, and the Texas Panhandle, the lesser prairie chicken would be considered threatened in that area, while in the southern segment, which covers New Mexico and West Texas, it would be considered endangered. The lesser prairie chicken is a boom and bust species that is extremely susceptible to precipitation in its native range. Simply put, when it rains, the lesser prairie chicken populations grow, and in droughts, their populations often shrink. To ensure a healthy lesser prairie chicken population, a private voluntary conservation effort known as the Range-Wide Plan was developed and implemented in 2013. At the time, the Fish and Wildlife Service declared that the voluntary conservation efforts being undertaken were an unprecedented collaborative effort that produced a sound conservation plan for the lesser prairie chicken. As part of the Range-Wide Plan, voluntary conservation agreements were formed that allow private landowners and businesses who operate on federal lands to implement voluntary measures to conserve habitat. These programs have proven to be successful, with private industry investing $65 million into species conservation and nearly 6 million acres of habitat conserved for the lesser prairie chicken. These investments have produced results. They've resulted in population growth from less than 20,000 birds in 2013 to more than 35,000 birds in 2020. However, the listing puts all of the voluntary conservation efforts to date in jeopardy. The unavoidable truth about the ESA is that a listing means less private investment, which harms conservation efforts. And some people might ask, why is it so important that we talk about the lesser prairie chicken on the House floor? Some people might say, why on earth would the Fish and Wildlife Service move a species from threatened to endangered that went from 20,000 to 35,000 in its population in less than 10 years because of conservation efforts. What would inspire the Fish and Wildlife Service to do such a thing? You would think that if species were increasing, they wouldn't go from threatened to endangered, they would go the other way. But I think this map behind me tells the motivation behind the Biden administration, the motivation behind this U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to make the lesser prairie chicken not threatened but endangered. You see the two ranges here, the northern range where they would remain threatened and the southern range where they would remain, or they would be listed as endangered. So what is it so unique about these areas? It happens to be where the largest production of oil and gas in America is located. The area that this Fish and Wildlife Service decided to make the lesser prairie chicken endangered is in the Permian Basin, not just the Permian Basin, but the Delaware Basin. In the Permian Basin, that's the richest deposits of oil in our country. So this is just a tool for Fish and Wildlife to go implement the Biden administration none of the above energy policy except their hand-picked energy policies. And it's another attack on low-cost energy for the American taxpayer. It's an attack on jobs in America. And at the same time, it's weakening our national security. It's making us more dependent on countries like OPEC, on member countries of OPEC, on Russia, on OPEC Plus, like Venezuela, all because this administration is using every tool in the tool pouch to stop oil and gas and low-cost energy, safe energy production on U.S. lands and waters. We just had a hearing this morning in the Natural Resources Committee about how BOEM has delayed the 5-year plan in the Gulf of Mexico, and the earliest we could get a new cell in the Gulf of Mexico is 2026. That's the result of this Biden administration energy policy. The ESA should be about protecting endangered species, about restoring habitat for endangered species. It shouldn't be something used that's going to attack the very heart of our economy and our energy production, that's going to harm our national security, and at the end of the day, it's just going to make prices higher for Americans. That's why it's important to talk about something like the lesser prairie chicken on the House floor, because this administration made a rule, Congress didn't make a rule, this administration made a rule that said they're going to list a species as endangered that's shown dramatic increases in population. Voluntary conservation is working, and this listing puts that at risk. That is why repealing the Biden administration's listing of the prairie chicken is crucial. I urge my colleagues to support this resolution, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
He's recognized. The gentleman is
Thank you
recognized.
again, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise in opposition to this resolution. You know, there was a lot I could say and thought about saying about this resolution and the one that we'll see after it. I could talk about how badly these two measures undermine conservation efforts for species that are endangered, threatened across our nation and across the globe. I could talk about how these resolutions give industry and not science the upper hands in making decisions about endangered species. I could talk about how this latest offering from Team Extreme takes the GOP's vendetta against the Endangered Species Act to a level that should offend us all. But as I thought about it, I realized that what's more offensive than these resolutions themselves is the fact that these resolutions are on the floor right now, today. We are about to leave the House floor for 6 weeks. By the time we come back, summer will be nearly over. And if the current temperatures stay on track, it'll be one of the most brutal summers in this country's recorded history. In my home state of Arizona, Phoenix has broken records, which is now a 27-day streak of more than 110-degree heat. In Florida, the ocean heat wave has warmed the waters to 5 to 7 degrees above normal. That level of heat is a disaster for corals, marine life, and all the businesses and local economies that depend on them. And tragically, last month, a heat dome in Texas was so oppressive that it claimed 13 lives. That also happened to be the same month that was awarded the grim honor of being the hottest June ever on record, and July isn't looking any different. Climate change isn't about some distant warning about melting ice caps in the far-off future. The climate crisis is here. It is now. People are suffering, people are dying, and the GOP isn't doing a thing about it. This year, the Natural Resources Committee, the Republican majority, has had 0 hearings on climate change. They've introduced 0 bills to seriously address climate change. They've introduced 0 bills to help communities being hurt by climate change. And they've accepted 0 Democratic amendments to include climate change in any of their legislation. And today, Republicans have decided that the most important thing they could do before we leave for 6 weeks would be a couple of resolutions to kill off the lesser prairie chicken and the northern long-eared bat. We are about to go back to our districts, where our constituents will have questions about what we're doing to protect their homes, their businesses, their livelihoods from increasing threats of climate change and the crisis upon us. I have to wonder if my Republican colleagues think that bullying chickens and bats will be a sufficient answer. I don't agree. And I'm certain our constituents won't agree either. Fortunately for Democrats, we can assure our constituents that we passed the country's biggest ever investment in climate and clean energy through the Inflation Reduction Act last year, and that the Biden administration is working to get that funding out the door as quickly and as equitably as possible. Against ongoing efforts through appropriations to defund those initiatives and to dismantle, as we see today, existing environmental protections. And unfortunately, for the big gas and big oil industry in this country to make Americans more and more dependent on fossil fuels as their source of energy, and thus increasing the climate crisis that we are experiencing now. Common sense says that the new party in charge of the House would want to keep that historic momentum going, but sometimes common sense ain't that common. I urge my colleagues to vote no on these resolutions. I urge my Republican colleagues to come back in September with a better plan to help the American people than a couple of go-nowhere resolutions that beat up on bats and chickens. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Arizona reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would say the only science that went into this decision by Fish and Wildlife was political science. It's all about this administration's attack on American energy. And the only people that are going to die are people all around the world when there's food shortages. If this administration has their way on the attack on natural gas, which is the main ingredient in fertilizer, which is the main ingredient in agriculture, these are serious problems that have huge impacts to society. That's why it's important that we push back on these ridiculous rules that the administration makes. Do you think we enjoy coming out on the House floor and speaking about prairie chickens and bats? Not necessarily, but when an administration uses that for a weapon against the energy production in this country, then somebody has to speak out against it and has to speak out for the rural communities and the workers across this country. Now I would like to yield 2 minutes to one of those people who's speaking out against this rule, the gentleman from California, Mr. Duarte.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, today I stand before you to express my support for Senate Joint Resolution 9. My colleagues and I have deep concerns about the harms of listing the lesser prairie chicken under the Endangered Species Act. While the intent of this act is to protect vulnerable species, we must carefully consider the consequences of such a decision. Listing the prairie chicken as endangered will have far-reaching negative impacts on rural communities, working families, and conservation efforts, all while ignoring the best available science. First and foremost, this action will place more red tape on farmers, ranchers, and small businesses, leading to more federal control and less personal freedom. Rural America already faces significant challenges, and more federal red tape will only limit job growth and crush rural communities. Furthermore, listing the lesser prairie chicken might not guarantee its recovery. The Endangered Species Act's track record has shown limited success in saving species from extinction, often requiring substantial amounts of taxpayer dollars and enormous economic impacts with minimal positive outcomes. Instead, we should prioritize cooperative conservation efforts that involve collaboration between private landowners and government agencies to ensure a more holistic, sustainable approach. Listing the lesser prairie chicken will divert attention and resources away from other critical conservation priorities. We need a comprehensive strategy that addresses broader ecological challenges and the conservation of multiple species, not just focusing on a single one. Let us not rush into listing the prairie chicken without carefully evaluating the potential harms and exploring alternative conservation measures. Effective conservation requires a balanced approach that protects both our natural heritage and the livelihoods of working families throughout rural America. Together, we can find innovative solutions to preserve the species while promoting responsible economic growth and safeguarding our environment for generations to come. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Reserve at time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This move by Fish and Wildlife is actually going to hurt the population of the lesser prairie chicken because it's going to disincentivize private investment that is shown to work. And I'm glad now to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Jackson.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I strongly support SJ Res 9, which disapproves of the disastrous rules submitted by the Biden administration to relist the lesser prairie chicken under the Endangered Species Act. This is another example of the Biden administration's blatant disregard for rural America in order to push Green New Deal initiatives and appease the radical environmentalists. For nearly a decade, the lesser prairie chicken population has been on the rebound due to voluntary conservation efforts of farmers and ranchers in the Texas Panhandle. This new rule disregards these efforts and empowers bureaucrats who have no local knowledge of farming or ranching to micromanage the grazing plans of responsible landowners in my district. This listing is a short-sighted effort that will have little benefit in increasing the lesser prairie chicken population, but will have a devastating effect on my district, our nation's energy production, and the agricultural industry as a whole. Make no mistake, this effort by the Biden administration is about destroying the agriculture industry and the livelihoods of those who depend on it. It's time we stop this destructive overreach by the federal government and protect our farmers and ranchers. Thank you.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you. During the markup on this particular bill, the chair of the Natural Resources Committee agreed with the Democrats that these CRA resolutions are extreme. He said the CRA process is an extreme process because it does take away the ability from a federal agency. If we enact this resolution, the agency can't take those steps again, as was repeated right now by my colleague who spoke. So I asked my colleagues on the other side of the aisle that are taking this extreme step, what is their plan? When the lesser prairie chicken or the northern long-eared bat slips closer to extinction, what is the backup? There is no backup. The CRA is permanent, and extinction then becomes the only avenue and the only probability. I would suggest that 99% of the species that have been listed under the Endangered Species Act continue to exist. That is the track record that should be highlighted, and that is the track record on this anniversary, 50-year anniversary of Endangered Species Act that we should all be proud of. With that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
And Mr. Speaker, when an administration takes bad actions, then Congress has to take extreme measures to pull back the power that has been granted to the administration. And I gladly stand behind the statement that it's time for Congress to reel back that power that the administration is abusing. And it's not just me saying that, it's also a Democrat-controlled Senate that sent this bill to the House with Democrat votes in the Senate. And we need to put it on President Biden's desk and let him answer to the American people on what he's going to do about truly protecting endangered species and what he's going to do about energy production in America. Speaking of energy production in America and agriculture in America, I now would like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, who knows a lot about both.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise in support of this resolution. And I thank my fellow chairman and my fellow member from the adjoining state of Arkansas for yielding time to me to speak on this important piece of legislation. Oklahomans and those who call the West home are proud conservationists and great stewards of our land. Sustainability, healthy land is the lifeblood of our rural communities, and no one understands that better than the farmers, ranchers, and landowners themselves. When we work with and not against producers, we've seen the impossible be accomplished. For years, landowners have partnered with local and state government and industry to increase the production of energy and agricultural land goods. They were able to do this all the while improving soil health and wildlife habitats, creating an environment and an economy that is beneficial to both wildlife and the residents of rural America. My father used to say, there's a fine line between doing something for people and doing something to people. Let me be clear, listing the lesser prairie chicken under the Endangered Species Act is government doing something to people, not for them. This listing creates unnecessary and burdensome restrictions on Oklahoma agriculture and oil and gas industries and limits our ability as a country to provide for ourselves and the world. That's why I support this resolution before us today. This resolution ensures that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife regulations do not infringe on the property owners who live and work their land every day. I urge my colleagues to support this resolution, and I yield back the balance of my time.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, oil and gas companies raked in record profits last year, but it appears that House Republicans are done trying to give them a handout after handout. This week, they're trying to give them a free pass to avoid conserving the lesser prairie chicken and the Endangered Species Act in and of itself. H.R. 1, their top priority, Polluters Over People Act, lays out a blueprint exactly how to reward the industry, how to make those handouts permanent, how to undermine and dismantle protections and laws that have been put in place for 50-plus years in a reaction to the need to preserve conserved species, but more importantly, to protect the American people and their health. Going forward, we have to understand that while these two resolutions we're dealing with today are part of it, there's a bigger agenda, a bigger blueprint that talks to turning over the public policy and the legislative arm of Congress to the oil and gas companies, to the big corporate interests that are raking profits, assuring that we continue to be dependent on their source of energy and not develop the renewable and clean energy the American people need, want, that is cheaper and will create jobs. That is what's on the agenda as well. So as we debate these two particular resolutions, let's not forget or ignore the underlining reality of what we're talking about in terms of energy policy, period, in this country. And let's not forget that during the hostage taking on the debt ceiling, that the principal point and the principal attack was against those fundamental environmental laws, and again, moving us in a direction that increases dependence on polluting industries and lessens our ability to respond to what the American people need, and that is a safe, secure environment for themselves and their families. And with that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my friend, the chairman from Arkansas, for your leadership on this effort and for the time. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to discuss the importance of this resolution, which pushes back on unnecessary and burdensome regulation that threatens the livelihoods of people throughout rural America. I introduced the House version earlier this year, and I'm proud to see the Senate version pass the Senate earlier, and we're finally now coming to the House today. The designation of the lesser prairie chicken as threatened in places like Kansas is unacceptable, and this rule should have no force or effect until Congress is consulted. Farmers, ranchers, and agricultural producers are American heroes. They're the backbone of America, and they are working tirelessly every day to keep us all fed while dealing with the burdens of inflation, drought, and market fluctuations. The last thing they need is the federal government handcuffing them with senseless red tape. One Kansas rancher, southwest Kansas, recently told me that he spotted a lesser prairie chicken on one of his pastures where his cattle were grazing. He did the right thing, and he reported that, and then he had to move all the cattle from not only that pasture, but the adjoining pastures adjacent to it as well, just because the U.S. Fish and Wildlife recorded that bird. The truth is, Kansas producers have voluntarily conserved more than 40,000 acres of habitat for the lesser prairie chicken through both private investment and conservation programs at the U.S. Department of Agriculture. The population of the lesser prairie chicken rises and falls with rainfall, but not the normal activity of farmers and ranchers. Last year, we were in a historic drought throughout the Great Plains. It's obviously then affecting the lesser prairie chicken population and also wheat harvest, which was devastatingly small this year. Big government doesn't need to step in and force farmers and ranchers to upend their operations for the sake of this bird, whose population is predicted to bounce back on its own with rainfall, as it did in 2016 after another devastating drought in 2013. Make no mistake, the lesser prairie chicken is being used as a proxy in the administration's war on fossil fuel and production agriculture. With this vote today, we can either stand for big government overregulation that puts producers out of business, or we can stand with producers' rights to private property and self-determination. I know where I stand, and I urge my colleagues to support this resolution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. 1 million species globally are at risk of extinction, and one of the main drivers is climate change. So let's stop picking on these species and instead start addressing the real issue of climate change. E.O. Wilson, the father of modern biodiversity, estimated the world is losing 3 species per hour. We have a biodiversity crisis on our hands, and we have a climate crisis on our hands. But House Republicans decided this week is a good time to legislate the extinction of a couple of species. I'd like now to yield to the gentleman from Virginia, my good friend, Congressman Beyer, for 3 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand in steadfast opposition to both S.J. Res. 9 and S.J. Res. 24. These resolutions represent a deeply concerning, misguided attempt to undermine the Endangered Species Act. These partisan resolutions are also out of step with what Americans care about. Our constituents are looking for us to lead, to take action to restore a healthy, biodiverse, and climate-stable planet. We took important actions in the last Congress, and we're seeing the results now. Funding for cities to transition to electric school buses like Alexandria that are healthier for kids. Creating jobs for climate-ready coasts so these communities are resilient to extreme weather. New clean energy manufacturing so that people have jobs and healthier workspaces for a healthier planet for us all. These resolutions are part of an agenda that puts polluters over people. Americans don't want to see politicians interfering to reverse science-based endangered species protections, cementing species' path to extinction. Just like they don't want to see us cementing us on a path of more fossil fuel pollution, causing extreme weather and the overheating that is destroying the country right now. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle spent 2 years shouting about things like inflation and public safety. But now, in power, they're heading into a 6-week recess focused on stripping protections from bats and prairie chickens. How does this help inflation? How does this help make people safer? It doesn't. I urge my colleagues to see that these resolutions are misguided, even silly, and vote no. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, let's talk about inflation a little bit. My colleagues across the aisle want to talk about inflation. Well, they know a lot about it because they passed laws that put inflation on a steady increase here in our country. This so-called Inflation Reduction Act that around D.C. it's called the Green New Deal, put money into the economy to push their agenda that has caused prices to increase across the country. And now the administration is doing things like listing species that shouldn't be listed so they can attack American energy even more and drive up inflation even more. America needs energy, the world needs energy, and attacking domestic energy doesn't mean that the demand for energy is going away. It just means somebody else in the world is going to produce it. And through their great idea of the Inflation Reduction Act to build a lot of windmills and solar farms, they're now taking American wealth and exporting it to China so we can buy those solar panels and those windmills and the components. And also, guess what? China has hoarded the world's resources on minerals and rare earth elements, which go into all of this technology. We have that here in America, but it's a not in my backyard policy that my friends across the aisle want to implement. They turn a blind eye to what goes on in the rest of the world that affects the climate and want to put all the burden on America and on American taxpayers when America is leading the world in reducing greenhouse gas emissions. I'm now glad to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from West Texas that knows just how devastating rules like this can be to the fine people that he represents.
Gentleman's recognized.
I thank the Speaker, and I thank my friend from Arkansas. I rise in opposition to the Biden administration's listing of the lesser prairie chicken, and I rise in support of the prairie people in rural America who provide the food, fuel, and fiber for this great nation. Mr. Speaker, we don't have the luxury of energy independence or food security if it isn't for the hardworking, God-fearing, freedom-loving people in rural America. This CRA would put some common sense into this matter of conserving our natural resources. By the way, no one conserves natural resources better than those who make a living off of the natural resources. So our ag and energy producers are our best stewards. And as such, when they did their voluntary public-private partnership program of conservation for the lesser prairie chicken, the prairie chicken increased 50%. It's hard to even say this without laughing, actually, because we're talking about the prairie chicken, which has expanded under their voluntary efforts, and we're talking about a threat to American energy independence. This isn't about the prairie chicken. This is about political chickens who pander to the left's extreme climate agenda. And as a result, we are compromising not only our economic strength and our national security, but America's leadership in the world. This is insane. And so, by the way, the examples of this abound. It's not just the prairie chicken. It's canceling pipelines, moratorium on oil and gas public lands, signing of the Paris Climate Agreement, giving China and Russia a pass, delaying 4,800 drilling permits, depleting the strategic petroleum reserves, and other more covert actions by the SEC and the ESG that runs amok throughout every appendage of this federal government, because it's a whole of government assault on the oil and gas industry, our fossil fuels, and our energy producers who have blessed this great nation of ours. My God, I cannot believe that we're having this debate, Mr. Chairman, but I appeal to the common sense of my colleagues on both sides and to do what's best for our country and not put the prairie chicken over the prairie people that bless this great land. And with that, I yield back.
Thank the Chairman of the Budget Committee, Mr. Arrington, for his remarks, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Well, with regards to rural America and the important role that they play in this great nation of ours, I'm patiently waiting with, I hope, good expectations that if the agriculture appropriation bill ever gets done, that it will reflect that commitment to rural America, that electric co-ops will continue to function, that nutrition will continue to be important in this America, that women and children will receive the nutrition that they need, and that the loan programs for rural American small farmers continue to be intact. Let's see. Sometimes pronouncements that are not followed with action are just that, political banter. And with that, I reserve the balance.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Estes, who lives right in the heart of lesser prairie chicken country.
Well, thank you, Chairman
Westerman.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of Kansas farmers, ranchers, and energy producers who take it upon themselves to conserve the land and vulnerable species in rural Kansas each and every day. In recent months, these Kansans have felt the Biden administration's massive overreach as D.C. bureaucrats use the federal government to overregulate hardworking Americans 1,000 miles from the swamp. In 2015, the Fish and Wildlife Services listed the lesser prairie chicken as endangered, only to delist it a year later as their analysis was flawed. Despite losing a court case and seeing an actual increase in the lesser prairie chicken population, they're now classified as threatened and endangered in two distinct population segments in the United States. Kansas farmers, ranchers, and energy producers, those closer to the lesser prairie chicken habitat, are excellent stewards of natural resources. They have repeatedly demonstrated responsible actions as they tend the land that feeds and fuels the world. What they don't need is a heavy-handed government approach to land management, especially when those mandates are unfounded and not based on actual science. Today, we can correct this mistaken classification with a Congressional Review Act. Even in a divided Senate, the CRA resolution passed with bipartisan support. Successful voluntary public-private conservation practices have prompted the lesser prairie chicken population to nearly double through 2021, with a statistically insignificant decrease between 2021 and 2022. Federal and state government has spent millions of dollars to determine the population is stable, yet the Biden administration is engaging in insidious actions like creating the North and South regions to help prop up their narrative that the lesser prairie chicken population was declining. While it may seem extreme to squawk about a single species, it's representative of the overall tone of the Biden administration. Force unworkable mandates on hardworking Kansans to appease bureaucrats and elitists who aren't impacted by their decisions. They've used this playbook before, and this encroachment on private property rights will be replicated in state after state across the country. Today, as we vote on this Congressional Review Act, it's critical that we hold the line and prevent the Biden administration from pursuing this hostile land grab. Kansas agriculture and energy producers are doing their part, and millions of taxpayer dollars have confirmed that current conservation plan is working. Mr. Speaker, this humble bird has benefited through Kansans' voluntary conservation habitat, and today we have an opportunity to put an end to the Biden administration's attack on rural Americans through this common sense CR. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my understanding that this resolution and the other resolution to follow will be the last items, as was predicted, that this Congress does before it goes on recess for 6 weeks. The agriculture appropriation legislation is not done yet, and so rural America can hold its breath and until the Republican majority satisfies an extreme agenda on the part of their members, and we all wait. But we are going to vote on these two resolutions that are not necessary, minor, almost petty, and while the American people wait for some real solutions and some real actions on the part of the Republican majority. With that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time and prepared to close, and I continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. We're prepared to close as well.
Gentleman is recognized.
Give me the one. Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. And as we close this debate, I want to make something very, very clear. I agree that the lesser prairie chicken is important. All threatened and endangered species are important. We're in the midst of a biodiversity crisis as we speak. What I find patently unimportant is this resolution that doesn't respect the science, doesn't respect our imperative to protect biodiversity and slow down climate change, and certainly doesn't respect that the American people have sent us here to do and the important things that are not being done. This resolution is a polluter-requested partisan attack that my Republican colleagues seem to be able to defend only with opinions, anecdotes, and industry talking points. And I'll remind us all, it'll go nowhere. Good policy is not built solely on opinions. It's built on science, facts, and the needs of the American people. And the fact is that climate change, not the chicken, is killing Americans and costing us hundreds of billions of dollars each year. I urge my colleagues to oppose Senate Joint Resolution 9. And Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I yield back the remainder of our time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Republicans care about the environment. The word conservation is derived from the word conservative. And a true conservative is one that's a good steward of the environment and takes care of what we've got so that it'll be better in the future. This rule by the Fish and Wildlife Service listing the prairie chicken is not about conservation. It's about moving a political agenda. I had the great opportunity to study forestry at the Yale School of the Environment, as it's now called, the Yale School of Forestry. There was somebody that went through that program decades before I did. His name was Aldo Leopold. He's quoted probably as often as anybody in the world of conservation. And one of my favorite quotes of his is he said that there are two spiritual dangers in not owning a farm. One is the danger of supposing that breakfast comes from the grocery, and the other, that heat comes from the furnace. How applicable is that today in the world that we live in, where you've got an urban America that doesn't realize what rural America provides for the rest of the country? They really think food comes from the grocery store and energy comes from the plug-in or heat comes from the furnace without giving any thought to where that comes from. But when you keep attacking the very people who are providing the food and the energy for this country, someday you're going to go to the grocery store and there's not going to be food there. You're going to try to flip on the light switch and the lights aren't going to come on. You're going to be in a cold winter and there's not going to be heat. Ask people in Europe who got dependent on Russia for their energy about what it means to have energy shortages. This is serious business. And Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues to think about the American farmer and rancher and the oil and gas worker that's living in this species range. People who wake up before dawn and go to bed late at night working to provide food and energy for the American people. Somebody who has likely made substantial investments to modify their operations to benefit the lesser prairie chicken and have contributed to the successful recovery of the species. Somebody who does the right thing. They do it day in and day out. Yet the federal government comes in and says, you know what, that's not good enough. To the extremist environmental community, it does not matter that the lesser prairie chicken numbers are increasing and millions of acres and hard-earned dollars have been voluntarily contributed towards benefiting the species. They pay no mind to the conservation efforts of these hardworking men and women. Instead, they seek to wield the ESA as a hammer to separate the people from their land and their way of life. The ESA hammer has come down and flexibility is gone. That is both unfair and unjust. And at the end of the day, it's going to hurt the very people who are pushing these rules, who think, again, that breakfast comes from the grocery and heat comes from the furnace. But they're putting so many burdens on the men and women of this country that provide those things. These are the men and women who didn't work from home during COVID. They went to their job every day so that the world could keep going around. Yet they're highly appreciated and they're attacked every day in this country. This bipartisan CRA, which again was passed by the Senate and sent here, will put an end to the Biden administration's unjust listing decision. I ask my colleagues to support this resolution and return sanity to the ESA decision-making process. Let's make the ESA something that is really about restoring habitat and helping endangered species, not using animals as a tool to move political agendas. With that, I encourage support of the CRA, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the previous question is ordered on the joint resolution. The question is on the third reading of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
Joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5, United States Code, of the rules submitted by the United States Fish and Wildlife Service relating to endangered and threatened wildlife and plants, lesser prairie chicken, threatened status with Section 4D, rule for the Northern Distinct Population Segment, and endangered status for the Southern Distinct Population Segment.
The question is on the passage of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Speaker, on that, we would like a recorded vote. Request a recorded vote.
Does the gentleman request the yeas and nays?
Please, thank you.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Okay. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
In order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. The motion to recommit on H.R. 4366, passage of H.R. 4366, and passage of S.J. Res. 9. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the motion to recommit on H.R. 4366, offered by the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to recommit H.R. 4366, offered by Ms. Wasserman Schultz of Florida.
The question is on agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
members voted. Does any member wish to change a vote?
On this vote, the yeas are 206 and the nays are 219. This motion is not adopted. The question is on the passage of the bill pursuant to Clause 10 of Rule 20. The yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. It is a 5-minute vote.
All members voted. Does any member wish to change a vote?
On this vote, the yeas are 218 and the nays are 211. This bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Oh, sorry, excuse me.
Ms. Green of Georgia. Votes aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 219 and the nays are 211. This bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to speak out of order for the purpose of making a scheduling announcement.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members are advised that votes are no longer expected in the House tomorrow. Last votes, we still have more work to do. Don't celebrate too early. Last votes for the week and the month are expected now at approximately 2:50 today, so we will have one more vote series today. Then we will be finished for the August work period. I'll remind the House that just during this month, this House has completed the National Defense Authorization Act, the FAA Reauthorization Act, the Schools No Shelter Act, and we just passed, of course, the Military Construction and Veterans Affairs Appropriations Act to make sure that our veterans, to make sure that we fully fund health care for our veterans, we support suicide prevention, and we also fund housing and other services for our men and women in uniform who keep us safe. With that, I would be happy to yield to the Democrat whip, Ms. Clark.
Thank you. I appreciate the leader for yielding. I think we have very different definitions of success for the American people. As Democrats, we have been focused and have been successful in growing our economy by growing the middle class, lowering health care costs, making sure that we are addressing climate change, having safer communities. And now, the Republican conference is saying they are sending us home for 6 weeks without funding the government, that we have one bill out of 12 completed because extremists are holding your conference hostage. And that's not the full story. The extremists are holding the American people hostage. We will have 12 days when we return to fund the government, to live up to the job the American people sent us here to do. This is a reckless march to a MAGA shutdown. And for what? In pursuit of a national abortion ban? Is that what we are doing here? The American people see through this. They know who is fighting for them, fighting for solutions. Your time is coming. The American people are watching. They are going to demand accountability. We should be staying here, completing these appropriation bill, stripping out the toxic, divisive, bigoted riders that have been put on these bills, and get back to work for freedom and for our economy and the American family. I yield back.
House will be in order. Gentleman from Louisiana is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would agree with the gentlelady on one thing that she just said. The American people are watching. And what the American people just watched is every single Democrat vote against funding veterans benefits. Every single one. But thank goodness this Republican majority stood together and put the votes on the board, $138 billion, so our veterans will get the benefits that they deserve and earn. And if the Democrats are going to be extreme and walk away from that responsibility, we will be here standing to make the call, to make the tough votes, to get that work done, as the Appropriations Committee has done over and over again on bills that in committee Democrats have walked away from over and over again. So it's a little rich to complain about going home. We could stay here and watch you vote against every single other appropriations bill. We're going to continue negotiations during the August recess to make sure we get back to funding the priorities of the nation. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, when I talk about funding the priorities of the nation, let's talk about our nation's defense as we just funded our nation's veterans. Let's get back to funding things that actually help our military focus on the threats from China, not teaching hatred of America from within. Yes, we defunded that. So, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to do our job through the next weeks and months. We invite all to come to work like we have come to work to try to come to an agreement, not just to vote no, but to come to an agreement to solve these problems, to pass these bills. If both sides won't, we still will do that work. And I would yield one more time to the gentlelady.
Be in order.
Mr. Speaker, the House is not in order.
The House will be in order. The House will be in order.
Are those even words strikeable?
The gentlelady from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Leader, we are going to continue to stand in this country for some basic principles, that we are sent here for the American people, that we are sent here to defend their freedom, that we are sent here to grow an economy that isn't just for the wealthy and well-connected, but is for the American family. That's the work we're doing. That is the basis of the great economic news coming out, and we are going to continue that fight. We hope that you will say no to extremism, to hatred, to bigotry that is put into these appropriation bills, and say yes to solutions and fairness for the American people, and to build an economy where they can see themselves. Funding our government is our basic job. The comments from the GOP conference about how we could go into a MAGA shutdown and it wouldn't matter are outrageous. The last time we had a shutdown, it was $11 billion out of this economy. And don't talk to us about standing for veterans when the GOP was the ones that have cut veterans' housing, has cut their health care, has said to our women, our active women, military women said it is okay to ask our military women to fight. You have said to our active duty women that it is okay to fight for freedom for our country, but we are going to take your freedom away. That is not okay. I yield back.
Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, interesting that on the other side would talk about cutting health care benefits when we just had a bill to fund health care benefits to the tune of $138 billion, and every Democrat voted no. We passed the bill with Republican votes. We will continue to do our work. We'll continue standing up to the extremists on the left who want to bring our country to a socialist direction with lies and misrepresentations. We heard it. They said that benefits would be cut. We just passed a bill that strengthened those benefits. They voted no, so maybe that means they wanted to cut those benefits. We didn't. We stood in the brink and we voted to support our veterans. We're going to continue negotiations during this work period to keep working to get the job done, to work for the people that sent us here, not to work for the people who want to change this country to something that is unrecognizable in socialist nations. Let's stand up for America. Let's keep getting the job done. We have more work to do. I yield back.
Back, pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on passage of the Senate Joint Resolution 9, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution 9, Joint Resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the United States Fish and Wildlife Service relating to endangered and threatened wildlife and plants, lesser prairie chicken, threatened status with Section 4D rule of the Northern Distinct Population Segment and endangered status for the Southern Distinct Population Segment.
The question is on the passage of the joint resolutions. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 221, the nays are 206. The joint resolution is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker,
The chamber will come to order.
I ask unanimous consent that the clerk be authorized to make technical corrections in the engrossment of H.R. 4366 to include corrections in spelling, punctuation, section numbering, and cross-referencing, and the insertion of appropriate headings.
Without objection.
Thank you.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on suspending the rules and passage of H.R. 1501 as amended, which the clerk will report by title.
H.R. 1501, a bill to prohibit the Secretary of Homeland Security from operating or procuring certain foreign-made unmanned aircraft systems and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? So many are as in favor, say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended and the bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on suspending the rules and passage of H.R. 3254, which the clerk will report by title.
Union Calendar Number 120, H.R. 3254, a bill to amend the Homeland Security Act of 2002 to establish a process to review applications for certain grants to purchase equipment or systems that do not meet or exceed any applicable national voluntary census standards and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? So many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended and the bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 614, I call up S.J. Res. 24 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution 24, joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the United States Fish and Wildlife Service relating to endangered and threatened wildlife and plants, endangered species status for northern long-eared bat.
Pursuant to House Resolution 614, the joint resolution is considered read. The joint resolution shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their respective designees. The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Grivahela, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on S.J. Res. 24.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume. I rise in support of S.J. Res. 24, sponsored by Senator Mullen of Oklahoma. This resolution will ensure that the northern long-eared bat remains protected as a threatened species under the Endangered Species Act. Last November, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service announced it would uplist the bat from threatened to endangered. While the service freely admits that a disease known as white nose syndrome, not human activity, is the bat's main threat. Why is that relevant? The bat's habitat spans 37 states. Uplisting the species will increase the bureaucratic red tape, the critical infrastructure, and forest management projects will have to go through. Yet, because a fungal disease is its main threat, those actions will not help the bat. Actually, the actions by Fish and Wildlife will hurt the bat. The service is pursuing a preservationist approach to recovering the species by restricting forest management activities, an approach that will prove to be unlikely to benefit the bat, but is guaranteed to leave our forests unmanaged, unhealthy, and vulnerable to catastrophic events such as wildfire. Non-forest management projects such as roads, bridges, and pipelines that travel through the bat's habitat will also face bureaucratic red tape. In fact, the service has identified over 3,000 projects that will require additional permits to operate during the uplisting. In my home state of Arkansas, we have a few million acres of federal land that we do a great job managing that land. Our federal land managers will now be focused on the bat instead of managing the habitat, but it's actually good for the bat. An example of this is what was done on federal land in Arkansas to help restore the red-cockaded woodpecker, which is an endangered species. And as you can see by this poster, this is what the forest looks like unmanaged. You see a management activity of thinning and burning, and you end up with a habitat that's an open savanna-type forest that's actually good habitat for the bat. It's good habitat for the red-cockaded woodpecker. Where these practices have been put in place, not only has the woodpecker thrived, but the bobwhite quail, the wild turkey, deer, a flourish of new vegetation, more biodiversity for plant and animal species because of good management practices. They now capture red-cockaded woodpeckers off of this land and relocate them to other places, and this is a success story. Much like other management activities that we saw with the lesser prairie chicken in the last bill we debated are success stories. But when U.S. Fish and Wildlife comes in with an uplisting, it will stop the management, and it will actually create worse habitat for the bat as well as many other species, and this is hurting, let me repeat that, this is hurting an endangered species more than it's helping an endangered species. None of the actions Fish and Wildlife has proposed will address the bat's main threat, which is white nose syndrome. I want to be clear. The CRA will not remove the bat from the endangered species list. Instead, it returns the species to its previous status as threatened. This approach will allow states to continue their efforts to develop effective voluntary conservation agreements to benefit the northern long-eared bat as a species while also ensuring the long-term viability of local communities. To date, 6 of the 37 states in the bat's range have developed habitat conservation plans to benefit the bat, while providing reasonable assurances to stakeholders that forest management and infrastructure projects can continue. These plans should continue to be developed and implemented. Again, this is a bipartisan resolution that was sent to us from the Senate. The Democrat-controlled Senate sent us this bill. It's now our obligation to pass this bill and send it to President Biden so that he can sign it into law and stop this egregious action by Fish and Wildlife, who continues to go above and beyond their authority that has been given to them by Congress by making rules that are based on political science and not real science. I urge my colleagues to support the resolution, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman in reserves. Gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Grijalva, is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise in opposition to the resolution. But before I go into that part, I was thinking, today isn't as much about, it doesn't feel like it's a day that we're debating chickens and bats. It feels strangely like Groundhog Day. We're doing this over and over again. But anyway, thank you, and I rise in opposition to the resolution. Like the one we just saw, this resolution doesn't do anything the American people have asked for. In my 20 years in Congress, no constituent has ever asked me what are we doing to put the northern long-eared bat on the brink of extinction. I suspect I'm not alone. So that raises a question. If the Republicans aren't answering to the American people with these absurd resolutions, who are they answering to? Unfortunately, the answer is the same as it was since the beginning of this Congress. And nowhere is the answer clearer than on the Natural Resources Committee, where we see countless hearings and bills just like this one that attack Endangered Species Act and our other fundamental environmental protections like the National Environmental Policy Act. To put it simply, the GOP's environment and energy agenda is designed for one constituency, and the one constituency only, the polluting industry. If you have any doubts, let's just do a brief recap. Starting back in January, after they finally finished the 15 votes it took to elect a speaker, the Republican majority wasted no time in getting H.R. 21, their first and apparently last open rule bill, to the floor. That bill was a shameless giveaway of our public lands to big oil. And despite the fact that they already have millions of acres of leases and they don't even use them, it was still a first important bill for the Republican majority. Next, we had H.R. 1, fittingly dubbed the Polluters Over People Act. The bill number H.R. 1 is typically reserved for the majority's party's most important and visionary piece of legislation. In this case, it seemed the GOP's vision for America is a desperate and deliberate attempt to give oil, gas, and mining companies every handout and every loophole they can dream up. H.R. 1 lowered royalty rates, repealed interest fees, reinstated non-competitive leasing, weakened public health and safety guardrails, and of course, systematically gutted NEPA. Given the bill's unpopularity and the grim outlook anywhere beyond this extremist House majority, Republicans decided that the only way to pass it would be to hold the American people hostage with their MAGA manufactured debt ceiling crisis and make the Polluters Over People Act part of that ransom note. Unfortunately for all of us, that wasn't the end of the pro-polluter crusade. Industry's favorite GOP enablers had already signaled that they're planning to use the next must-pass legislation opportunity that they have, likely our appropriation bills and the next hostage situation. I guess the policy agenda that only polluters want isn't something you can pass through regular order in this House, which brings us back to where we are today. These resolutions attack the Endangered Species Act, one of the country's most beloved and successful environmental laws. In the 50 years since it was signed into law, the ESA has protected 99% of listed species from extinction. And no time is more important than now while we're facing the compounding crisis of climate change and biodiversity loss. We should be strengthening and supporting ESA science and implementation and not pecking at it in order to destroy ESA. Let me, and before we go further, we heard from the Republicans in the previous debate about how it's hurting energy and big oil. We've heard a lot from my colleagues about how the lesser prairie chicken and northern long-eared bat are supposedly hurting oil and gas development. So I want to take a moment to assure my Republican colleagues that they don't need to worry about big oil. Last year, the top oil companies, BP, Chevron, Ecuador, ExxonMobil, Shell, and Total Energies more than doubled their profits from 2021. Combined, these companies raked in $219 billion in just profits. That's not revenue, it's just profits. And this windfall of cash allowed these companies to pay out a record $110 billion in dividend buybacks to investors and CEO bonuses. Needless to say, big oil is doing okay. The chicken and the bat are not a threat to them, and any crocodile tears about their dire circumstances are just that. Let's remember we work for the American people and not these industry polluters. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserved. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. we talk about the northern long-eared bat, and this is this generation's version of the spotted owl from the West Coast. And what happened with the spotted owl? Radical groups that were, again, using political science instead of real science got the spotted owl listed, and they shut down most of the timber industry on the West Coast. Today, guess who the largest importer of timber in the world is? The good old United States. We import more timber than anybody else while we watch wildfires devastate these lands in the West that were, quote, protected so we could save the spotted owl. We've not saved the spotted owl and restored its habitat on our public lands. It's private landowners who are doing the management that are creating the habitat that benefit the spotted owl. This is just another attempt by the Biden administration to kowtow to the radical environmental groups and use this as a weapon to stop timber production, to stop mining, to stop construction projects. And they're not focusing on the bat. They're not focusing on the real problem of the white nose syndrome. They're using the bat as a tool to stop the things that make America strong, that put America first. And they're using these tools in the next gentleman's district, Mr. Stauber of Minnesota, who can talk firsthand about how these overburdensome regulations hurt his constituents. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman.
Gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of Senate Joint Resolution 24, the Congressional Review Act disapproval of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife's listing of the northern long-eared bat under the Endangered Species Act. I was proud to introduce the House companion to this resolution, and I want to thank Senator Mark Wayne Mullen for his partnership and leadership on this issue. The intended purpose of the Endangered Species Act, when it was passed into law a half a century ago, was to protect and conserve species. And once the species is restored and stabilized, it is supposed to be delisted and its population responsibly managed. Unfortunately, this well-intentioned law is abused time and time again by radical activist extremists who would rather see a species stay listed forever to help their own agenda than follow the original intent of the law. Time and time again, radical activist extremists have weaponized the Endangered Species Act, using it as a tool to block development, block progress, and block society from moving forward. Rather than utilizing the law to protect different species, radical extreme activists see the Endangered Species Act as a basis for their frivolous lawsuits and as a tool to force their radical ideology onto the rest of the country. Take the Center for Biological Diversity, one of the greatest abusers of this scheme, as an example. When the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service decided against listing the Minnesota and Midwestern moose in 2020, they shared with the Minneapolis Star-Tribune, and I quote, "Now it is going to be a lot harder to ensure that things like mines and other habit-destroying projects don't go forward," end quote. Madam Speaker, the Center for Biological Diversity said the quiet part out loud. Their intent was not to protect the species, but abuse the Endangered Species Act to advance their radical anti-mining, anti-development agenda. Today, the northern long-eared bat can be found across more than half of the lower 48. Its listing under the Endangered Species Act is not based in science. The northern long-eared bat is affected by white nose syndrome, a disease that has no ties, and I'll repeat that, a disease that has no ties to human activity. Unjustified concern for the northern long-eared bat is being used to stop important development and infrastructure projects that the left and right. While my colleagues on the other side of the aisle cheer its listing, I have to break it to them. This irresponsible listing will hurt other projects as well. This listing will block renewable energy projects, transmission projects, wind and solar projects.
The gentleman's time's expired.
I yield the gentleman 1 more minute.
Gentleman is recognized.
Its listing will jeopardize wildfire mitigation, road and infrastructure construction, and agriculture. What my colleagues might not realize is this, that listing will even block projects that would benefit this species. The Endangered Species Act is an important law that can help move our country forward. We should return to its intended purpose as a tool for conservation and good stewardship of our environment, not a tool for the radical, activist, extreme agenda. I urge my colleagues to support this resolution. This is a good piece of legislation that came out of the Democrat-controlled Senate, and we ought to pass it this afternoon on the House floor, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you. This week in the Rules Committee, Madam Speaker, we heard one House Republican say, long-eared bats, I hope the white nose syndrome wipes them all out and we don't have to worry about it. So a vote for this resolution is a vote for the extinction of the northern long-eared bat. With that, Madam Speaker, I want to yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse, and ranking member on the Public Lands Subcommittee and the Resources Committee.
The gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the ranking member for his service and for the time. And I certainly concur with the sentiments that he has expressed. We hear from our colleagues on the other side of the aisle that this resolution is somehow designed to modernize the Endangered Species Act. Of course, the American people know better. They understand that this resolution is designed to undermine the Endangered Species Act, and we heard that over and over again during the Rules Committee proceeding that the ranking member referenced. But putting aside that for a moment, I suspect many Americans who are watching today, Madam Speaker, are wondering, what in the world is the House of Representatives debating today? And they are not the only ones. Earlier this afternoon, the majority leader on the Republican side announced that this House would be adjourning this evening. Now, as you know, Madam Speaker, in 65 days, the federal government will not be able to function absent this Congress passing a budget and averting a government shutdown. The recess, congressional recess, that Republican leadership has announced that apparently is set to commence in less than 2 hours is 45 days long. Madam Speaker, you can do the math. That leaves this Congress with precious little time to do the people's business, to pass a budget, to fund the government. And instead of doing that, we're debating what? The northern long-eared bat. That is how Republicans in Washington have determined to spend the waning hours of this congressional session. It is consistent with the way that they have conducted their majority in this House for the better part of the last 7 months. No bills to lower costs, no bills to grow the middle class, no bills to build safer communities. Bills on gas stoves, hearings on gas stoves, 3 hearings on gas stoves. Bills on the lesser prairie chicken and the northern long-eared bat. The priorities that House Republicans have pursued in this chamber are grossly out of step with the priorities of the American people. The American people expect us to do the people's work. And we are not doing that today. I believe that in 65 days, when House Republicans shut down the government, which they seem determined to do, given that they've passed, one appropriation bill before they have decided to send everybody home? In 65 days, the American people will be right to question the priorities of congressional Republicans, why they dithered instead of working in good faith with their colleagues to fund the government, to do the basic work of governing? It's an important question, and one I hope every American asks of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman from Arizona reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, you know, as Republicans, we care about Americans, about American companies, about American small businesses, about American workers. And my colleagues across the aisle were talking about the record profits of U.S. oil and gas companies. Well, they might need to read the news a little bit deeper and look at the profits of Aramco, the Saudi-owned oil company. There was an article in March of this year that said that Aramco's profits were $161 billion, and I quote, the largest annual profit ever recorded by an oil and gas company. Aramco, the Saudi-owned company, the Saudis, the ones President Biden went to and begged them to send us more oil because of his attack on energy here in America. And look who now has the largest profits of any oil company in the history of the world. That's what these kind of policies add up to. It's 1,000 cuts. It's death by 1,000 cuts. It's using every rule, every opportunity that they have to attack American energy, which makes America less strong, which feeds into the hands of our adversaries. And instead of us dominating energy, we become dependent on others to supply energy, OPEC and OPEC plus countries. How does Putin fund his war in Ukraine? He funds it with high revenues off of his oil and gas. We could change that. We could produce more gas and export it to our allies in Europe, but not under this administration, not when they're promoting rules like the lesser prairie chicken, the northern long-eared bat. They don't do a 5-year plan. They don't do leases on federal lands or federal waters. It's an all-out attack on American energy. And this is just another spoke in the wheel, another cut against the American people, against the American economy, and against the future of our country. And it's an honor to yield time to the chairman of the Ag Committee, Mr. Thompson from Pennsylvania, who knows a little bit about the northern long-eared bat, and I yield him 5 minutes.
Well, I thank
the gentleman from Pennsylvania, the chair of the Ag Committee, Mr. Thompson, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the distinguished chairman for yielding. Yeah, this is an area that I've worked on for some time, northern long-eared bats. I've actually spent a lot of time in caves with the Pennsylvania bat biologist, works for the Pennsylvania Game Commission, where we did bat counts. And we looked at the white nose syndrome, which again has nothing to do with humans. This is a fungus. I think it's been around now for at least 20 years. In 2013, we had this same debate. We started that same debate because there was in October 2013, there was an effort to try to list these northern long-eared bats as endangered. It was an extended debate, and quite frankly, under that Obama administration, and just a few years later, we were successful at keeping them from being listed as endangered. They were listed as threatened because what we needed more than anything else was research, and we're doing the research. We provide that research now for 10 years, and there's good findings. We know that the temperature within those dwellings where they hibernate, that the colder the temperature, the more that we can reduce. How often they wake up, and quite frankly, it's when they wake up, when their hibernation is interrupted, that weakens the bat, and they have more difficulties reproducing because they just don't have the energy for it, I guess. And so this is. This is like, here we go again. The distinguished ranking member mentioned Groundhog Day. Thank you for doing that. That's my district, Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania, Groundhog Day. But here we are again trying to relitigate through the Biden administration something that doesn't line up with the science. The science has already been established in the past. So I rise today in strong support of this joint resolution to nullify the final rule classifying the northern long-eared bat as an endangered species. It's inappropriate. You know, we need to continue to do the research. We need to allow the professionals to continue the work that they're doing and making the advancements that they're doing on how to, what can we help with the environment to mitigate that. The U.S. bat population plays an extremely important role in Pennsylvania's ecosystem and, quite frankly, America's #1 industry, which is agriculture. And the existing classification of the northern long-eared bats as a threatened species does not help the bats. It does not help the bats. We need to strike a balance between species conservation and economic activity. Now, uplisting this species is short-sighted, and this top-down approach to species conservation is inflexible and outdated. There is no question this bat population has been in decline, but it's important to understand why. Study after study, including by Penn State University, which is in my district, has shown the decline is attributed to white nose syndrome. This is a disease, a fungus that has no cure, and it's not caused by human activity. With this decision, the Biden administration is punishing small businesses, farmers, foresters, energy producers, those who transmit electricity, because this would impact the ability to clear fallen timber off of power lines. I mean, it's just extensive, the impact here, to cover the cost of something they have no control over. This uplisting will delay everything from broadband expansion to critical infrastructure repairs. Restrictions accompanying this decision will have significant and detrimental economic impacts in my district and others across the region, and there is zero evidence listing this bat as endangered will stop the spread of this disease. It is vital a decision of this magnitude be based on actual data and real science, not political science, and include input from impacted communities and landowners. As we search for a cure, states should be able to take the lead on local voluntary conservation efforts that help affected populations. And I support this joint resolution which protects landowners from unnecessary government regulation, and I urge all of my colleagues to do so as well. And thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman, the chairman of the Ag Committee, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker. You know, supporters of this resolution, my Republican colleagues, claim that protecting these species will upend timber industries and forest management and a list of economic activities. Simply not true. What specifically about forest management practice would be altered by the rule, especially given the preemptive consultations that the Southern and Eastern Forest Service regions completed last year. Last year, in anticipation of these new listing status, the U.S. Forest Service preemptively completed consultation on thousands of permits to ensure that they face no delays in ongoing or previously approved projects with the new listing status. In addition, my colleagues and I secured over $1 billion in funding last year for federal agencies to hire staff and expedite federal permitting. But Republicans voted against that effort and are now pushing extreme CRAs to worsen the dire state of America's wildlife. It should be noted that bats are critically important to U.S. agriculture and timber industries. Bats have provided up to $53 billion yearly in pest control services to the U.S. agricultural industry. The northern long-eared bat provides these services throughout the 37 states that it inhabits. So, you know, we keep seeing the signs about modernizing the Endangered Species Act. Republicans keep saying that they just want to, quote, modernize the Endangered Species Act. But this giveaway to dirty oil and gas looks like they want to monetize the Endangered Species Act. And with that, I reserve the balance.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I now yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Washington, the chairman of the Congressional Western Caucus, Mr. Newhouse.
The gentleman from Washington is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the gentleman from Arkansas for letting me be part of this conversation today. Madam Speaker, as you understand, I rise in support of SJ Resolution 24, which is an effort to disapprove the endangered listing of the northern long-eared bat by the Fish and Wildlife Service. As you just heard, I'm chairman of the Western Caucus, and I can tell you that I know firsthand how radical environmental groups will weaponize, unfortunately, weaponize the Endangered Species Act in an attempt to end development of resources in our country and prevent responsible forest management. This is just beyond the pale that these groups will do that, impacting communities around our country. The northern long-eared bat, it exists in 37 states in the United States, ranging from eastern Montana all the way to South Carolina and up to the state of Maine. Last year, at the urging of some of these groups, Fish and Wildlife uplisted the bat from threatened to endangered. But as you've heard, the decline is not due to any human activity. It's rather an incurable fungal disease known as white nose syndrome. Even the Fish and Wildlife Service themselves in the uplisting stated that the white nose syndrome is the main threat to the bat, meaning that the endangered status will do little, if anything, to recover the population. Instead, what I will bet will happen, you can rest assured will happen, forest management will be further restricted. Infrastructure projects, the chairman mentioned solar farms, wind farms, all kinds of infrastructure projects on both public as well as private lands will be hampered, slowed, or even stopped with additional unnecessary and burdensome regulations. This administration continues to ignore our nation's farmers, ranchers, and landowners in favor of these radical groups. So this resolution, I think, is critical to preventing government overreach, and I will continue to push for common sense reform to the Endangered Species Act alongside my colleagues on our ESA working group. And with that, Madam Speaker, I urge all of my colleagues to support this CRA, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A comprehensive review of all 88,000 plus ESA consultations from 2008 to 2015 found that no project was stopped or extensively altered as a result of Fish and Wildlife finding jeopardy or adverse modification during this period, and that the median consultation duration is far lower than the maximum allowed by the Act. With that, setting the record straight on that, I reserve the balance.
The gentleman from Arizona reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we've heard it said this won't affect the timber industry. This won't affect the construction activities of the country. And I'm sure this was said back in the 1990s when the spotted owl was listed. This won't affect the timber companies. Go tell that to the mill towns on the West Coast that were devastated by this weaponized rule. This, again, is just another attempt by the Biden administration to use whatever tool they can to go against the things that they oppose. It's not based on science. It's based on, it is science, it's political science, that they're trying to push an agenda. And I don't understand why they're trying to push this agenda. Why do they not want America to succeed? Why do they not want rural America to be able to supply the goods and the services that this country depends on? It's another obstacle that they will use as a weapon that's not going to help the long-eared bat. It's not going to help other species. It's actually going to hurt them when we stop management on our federal lands and also on private lands where these bats are located. So again, this is something that's important. It shouldn't be downplayed. I think it's an affront to rural America to say this is an important issue, and I think it's an affront to all Americans, even those that believe that breakfast comes from the grocery store and heat comes from the furnace, that don't appreciate the hardworking men and women across this country that provide those things. Mr. Speaker, I have no further request for time, and I'm prepared to close, and I continue to reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we're also prepared to close.
The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we end this debate on this particular issue, I mentioned in the previous debate that let's not forget the underlying issue here. It's about energy policy, it's about energy development policy, and it is about a transition of dealing with the climate crisis and making the transition to renewable and clean energy across this country that is cheaper and is provided equitably. That's the goal. That's where we need to be. And the efforts on the part of the Republican majority is to continue to grow the dependency on fossil fuels and polluting industries that have contributed significantly to this climate crisis that we're involved with. And we see it around us every day. We're all going to go home to our states and our districts to deal with the issue of heat, drought, wildfires, etc., lack and water availability and nutrition availability. And to continue to go on a path where we reinforce a past practice by picking at and beginning to dismantle fundamental issues like Clean Air, Clean Water laws, Endangered Species Act that deals with preserving biodiversity that is critical to our lives, and the public's right to know and to participate with the National Environmental Policy Act. That's the agenda. And to reward big oil and big industry one more time, to build a dependency, maximize their profits, and then somewhere down the line, when the crisis of the climate is so untenable for the American people, we'll deal with it. And at that point, it'll be expensive, it'll be painful, and people will suffer while we get to that point. As the Rules Committee here this week, one of my Republican colleagues admitted that the white nose syndrome wipes out all the northern eared bats so that we, quote, won't have to worry about it. It was a pretty bold thing to admit out loud and a little short-sighted, I might add. The northern long-eared bat, like every species of bat we have, are fortunate that we have left, is critical to our ecosystem and the agricultural industry. So if these bats are wiped out, I want to point out that we actually do have to worry about it. I also can't help but be struck by the similarities between my Republican colleagues, let's call it unique wildlife conservation strategy, and the approach they're taking on many of the other major issues facing the American people right now. Ignoring the facts, ignoring the science, and just letting the damage ensue that has become an all too common GOP policy plan. Climate change, of course, is one of the most pressing issues where the GOP plan is all too clear. So as we wrap up here and head back to our districts, I want to leave my colleagues with some final thoughts. If the northern long-eared bat goes extinct, we need to worry about it. And if the lesser prairie chicken goes extinct, we need to worry about it. And if the climate crisis keeps barreling forward over these next 2 years, while our Republican colleagues refuse to do a single thing to protect communities, local businesses, and our health, we most certainly need to worry about that. The issue for me is not singular to these two CRAs. It is about a very coordinated and deliberate effort to undo protections for the American people and for species, and to deny and to avoid dealing with the monumental crisis that we have before us, which is climate. If we prepare and transition now, we can make it an equitable and less painful process. If we continue to pass resolutions like this and continue to follow a big oil, big gas agenda that the GOP presses upon this Congress and the American people, then that climate crisis is going to be painful, expensive, and costly to both humans and to our economy. So I urge opposition of the resolution and yield back the remainder.
The gentleman from Arizona yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we're having productive talks with our common sense friends across the aisle on permitting reform. We made some progress in the debt limit bill and putting some sideboards on NEPA, on pushing back against these out-of-control agencies that are delaying projects. And I would just caution my friends on the other side of the aisle that these rules that are based on a political agenda can cut both ways. These rules can be used to stop projects that my friends would support, as well as stopping ones that they don't like. But it almost seems like there's this atmosphere of stopping everything. It's what I call the preservationist approach. And I believe the central question facing us today is, do we support a preservationist approach to not just recovering the northern long-eared bat, or do we support a conservationist approach? I wholeheartedly believe that a conservationist approach is what will be most successful in maintaining bat habitat, in maintaining lesser prairie chicken habitat, in helping all of our endangered species if we will actively work for conservation to create habitat that supports these species. A preservationist approach will do nothing. It's basically this idea that we take a hands-off approach. We put an invisible fence around our public lands and these habitat areas and just hope for the best. I often tell people that when you talk about conservation, you're talking about being a good steward. It's like being a gardener. It's like taking care of what you've got, leaving the earth in a better place than you found it for future generations. A preservationist wants to lock up the natural world and say, we're going to keep it here like that piece of art on the wall. I say that conservation is for critters and preservation is for pickles. The only way we preserve the outdoors with nature that's a living, dynamic organism, it's like when you pluck a cucumber and you boil it in vinegar and you put it in a jar, you preserve it. And that's not going to work for species habitat. It's not going to work for rural America that provides the necessities that our country needs. The preservationist approach benefits no one, least of all the northern long-eared bat. By returning the status of the bat to threatened, Congress will be telling this administration that it believes in conservation, not preservation. And again, I remind this chamber, this is a bipartisan bill that was sent to the House from a Democrat-controlled Senate. We should pass this CRA. We should put it on President Biden's desk. And if he cares about America, and especially if he cares about rural America, he should sign this and stop his out-of-control administration. With that, I urge passage of the CRA, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arkansas yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the previous question is ordered on the joint resolution. The question is on third reading of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Third reading.
Joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the United States Fish and Wildlife Service relating to endangered and threatened wildlife and plants, endangered species status for northern long-eared bat.
The question is on passage of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Speaker,
What purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek
I request
recognition?
the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays have been requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 220 and the nays are 209. The bill is passed. The joint resolution is passed. The concurrent resolution is adopted. The resolution is adopted. The conference report is adopted. Without objection, the motion is reconsidered and is laid on the table. What else we got to do? The House will be in order. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Do I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks?
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the fiscal year 2024 Agriculture, Rural Development, Food and Drug...
The House will be in order. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the fiscal year 2024 Agriculture, Rural Development, Food and Drug Administration and related agencies appropriations bill supports our rural communities and strengthens our national security and food supply by continuing critical investments in agriculture research, rural broadband, and animal and plant health programs. The bill also provides sufficient funds to ensure the safety of drugs, food, and medical devices, which is especially important after the Biden administration's failure to protect our children from the baby formula debacle last year at the FDA. And it reins in harmful regulations that dictate how poultry and livestock producers raise and market their animals. These provisions will be sure to help those farmers and agricultural producers in my district and across Tennessee who are fed up with bureaucrats in Washington telling them how to farm and tend to their land and animals. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized. For what purpose does he seek recognition? The gentleman is recognized without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to thank President Biden for helping me provide $7 billion for the Hudson River Tunnel Project. The Hudson River Tunnel Project is the most important infrastructure project in the country. Every day, more than 200,000 people travel through the Hudson River Tunnel between New Jersey and New York. If it were to suffer a safety shutdown, it could cost America $100 million in lost economic activity. But the current tunnel is 113 years old, and it needs to be upgraded to avoid future shutdowns. The Hudson River Tunnel Project will repair the current tunnel, and it would build a new tunnel next to the one to improve and travel throughout the Northeast Corridor. I have worked diligently to get the funds for the Hudson River Tunnel and the entire Gateway program. The $7 billion grant is the largest federal transportation grant in American history, and I am proud to work with the President who understands the importance of the Hudson River Tunnel project.
The gentleman's time has expired.
What it will do for American prosperity. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I will yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Chris County Sheriff's Deputy Ty Brown. who lost his life in the line of duty on July the 10th at the age of 26. Deputy Brown was a graduate of Mary Pearson's High School in Monroe County and served the Crisp County community with the Sheriff's Department for less than a year before he was shot and killed in a traffic stop. Before serving Crisp County, he served our nation in the Army National Guard and dedicated his life to protecting others. His service is a powerful reminder of the sacrifice our law enforcement officers make daily to keep our community safe. To the family of Deputy Ty Brown, I offer my deep condolences on behalf of Georgia's 8th District. I also thank Sheriff Billy Hancock and the Crisp County Sheriff's Department for their continued dedication to protecting our district and the people of Georgia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Address the House for 1 minute and extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Larry Turkle from Hudson as Ohio's 13th Congressional District's Champion of the Week. Larry recently competed at the National Senior Games in Pittsburgh, bringing home an impressive 7 gold medals. Held every 2 years, the National Senior Games brings athletes over the age of 50 from around the country to compete in all sports. At the age of 76, Mr. Turkle won individual gold medals in the 50 and 100-yard freestyle, the 50 and 100-yard breaststroke, and the 50-yard butterfly. He also won 2 gold medals in the 4x50 mixed medley relay and the 4x50 mixed freestyle relay. While expanding our community's long-standing legacy as the birthplace of champions this year, he also continues to hold the nationwide records for the 50 and 100-yard freestyle at the Senior Games and is a U.S. Masters Swimming National Champion. When he is not in the pool, Mr. Turkle is a professor at Kent State University and a YouTube yoga sensation. Mr. Turkle is proof that no matter your age, your physical condition can be optimal and never to count anyone out. Once again, congratulations to Mr. Larry Turkle on earning 7 gold medals and representing Ohio's 13th Congressional District. You've all made us proud, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Trey and Erin Thompson, the Muscular Dystrophy Association's first Savannah Toast to Life Gala honorees. The MDA is honoring Trey and Erin due to their tireless efforts to increase muscular dystrophy awareness within the Savannah community. Trey's father, Robbie Thompson, passed away on March 18, 2012, after a brave fight with ALS. Robbie was a strong, kind man who lived his life to the fullest no matter what trials he faced in his life. His legacy lives on through Trey and Erin Thompson's advocacy for the neuromuscular disease community in Savannah. Through events like the Toast to Life Gala, the MDA funds research, treatments, and technology that increase quality of life for those with muscular dystrophy and related neuromuscular diseases, as well as their families. Trey and Erin will be honored at the 3rd Annual MDA Savannah Toast to Life Gala on August 31st, 2023. I thank them for their efforts in fighting against muscular dystrophy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the life and work of Sinead O'Connor. For me, Sinead was the first truly incredible singer-songwriter, and she made me think. She made all of us think about justice and about fairness. She made us think about who gets left behind and why it's on us to care for those left out. She stood up for the most vulnerable, not only in her songs, but at the expense of her own career. So I wanted to take this 1 minute and make sure that her family and her friends and her fans know how much she meant to so many of us. May we all, especially those of us in Congress, honor her by fighting for those in our communities who are most marginalized. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize National Intern Day. Today is dedicated to recognizing and celebrating the future leaders of the world, interns. National Intern Day has served as an opportunity for thousands of employers to commemorate and to thank their hardworking interns. I would like to take the time to recognize and thank the interns who joined me this summer, both in my personal office and on the Agriculture Committee. Justin and Tessa served in my personal office and have been instrumental in helping serve the people of Pennsylvania's 15th Congressional District. Bailey, Kaylee, and Kylie helped support myself and the agriculture staff through dozens of hearings, roundtables, and other committee events as we work towards crafting a farm bill. From conducting research to drafting speeches and statements to guiding tours and responding to constituents, these interns were fantastic additions to my team this summer. Mr. Speaker, our interns today are truly the leaders of tomorrow, and they deserve recognition for their outstanding work. Thank you again for joining us this summer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Hawaii seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate and honor Specialist Rene Rodriguez of El Paso, Texas, for his courage and heroism while stationed with the 25th Infantry Division at Schofield Barracks in my district. Earlier this month, Specialist Rodriguez was awarded the Soldier's Medal, the highest individual decoration the United States Army can give for an act of valor in a non-combat event. He received that award for defending a local woman who was being violently assaulted outside of a coffee shop in Wahiawa last October. With disregard for his own safety, Specialist Rodriguez put himself in the middle and took the brunt of the attacks, giving the woman space and time to get to safety in his vehicle. Specialist Rodriguez's actions that day represent the very best of our soldiers and the highest values of courage and sacrifice in the United States Army. We are so very proud of him and so grateful for his service and commitment to our Hawaii community. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, soon the House Committee on Rules will begin its consideration of this year's Farm Bill. The bill includes some of the top priorities for not only Northern California, but the whole country. My own district is home to some of the most productive agricultural regions in the world. The second largest rice growing region in the nation and grow over half of all the dried plums, also known as prunes, produced in the world. Our farmers are international leaders in almond and walnut production, among other crops. The Farm Bill gives farmers the tools they need to manage their risks during a difficult economic year or in a natural disaster with the insurance that has been so successful over the recent years. It strengthens incentives for our next generation of farmers as our farmers' average age is well into the 60s now. Beyond agriculture, it allocates resources to provide to programs that are vital to the economic well-being of our area, of all rural areas that have agriculture, by funding rural health projects that help our communities address a growing opioid addiction issue and other substance abuse disorders. It provides funding to close the rural-urban digital divide by improving broadband connectivity in rural areas. And so it's really important that we get on board with the Farm Bill this fall and pass it on time. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, without objection, to address the body for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
All gave some, and some made the ultimate sacrifice. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor American Legion volunteer Madeline Macias and her 3 brothers, Jack Lopez, Clyde Lopez, and Manuel Macias. All of Madeline's brothers served honorably and fought in some of our nation's toughest battles. Private First Class Jack Lopez, Technician Clyde Lopez served in World War II, and Staff Sergeant Manuel Macias served in the Vietnam War. Jack Lopez was tragically killed in action in Okinawa, and Madeline reached out to my office to make sure he was honored 77 years later. Mr. Lopez's ultimate sacrifice earned him our country's recognition with the Bronze Star and Purple Heart. I want to thank Madeline for her commitment to our country and our community, and to make sure that her brothers and their sacrifice for this great country were recognized. Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
I stand before you with a heavy heart to remember a young woman whose passion and dedication touched the lives of many in the Springfield community and beyond. Emma Schaefer was a remarkable activist who sought to create positive change in the world around her. From an early age, she understood the power of her voice and the importance of creating good trouble. Her commitment to social justice and equality was unwavering, and she inspired people of all ages to join her in the pursuit of a better world. Whether she was serving as a board member for the Resistor Sisterhood organization or volunteering to deliver groceries for the Springfield Immigrant Advocacy Network, the list of Emma's involvement in the community was endless. Not only was Emma an outspoken advocate, she was also an avid reader and lover of theater and passionate supporter of the arts. As we mourn her loss, we celebrate her life by continuing the work she started, by carrying the torch of activism, and by striving to create a world she dreamt of, one filled with love, equality, and opportunity for all. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Said that when the House adjourns today, that it adjourn to meet at 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Without objection. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise to celebrate the centennial anniversary of the village of North Riverside, Illinois. This area, now known as North Riverside, sits on Potawatomi land that was purchased by real estate and fur trading company in 1835. By 1900, onion farmers had begun to move to the area, and the village grew from there. The bright neon lights and the blaring brass sounds of the legendary Melody Mill Ballroom, a mainstay of the big band era, attracted people from all over who were looking for a lindy hopping night of jazz and swing music. North Riverside continues to be a thriving place with a vibrant theater, sports, scouting, and even a quilting club. Every street has a block captain who helps neighbors and seniors with errands and much more. Here's to the next 100 years, North Riverside. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Iowa is recognized for 1 minute.
Today I rise to acknowledge the many stellar accomplishments the University of Iowa has achieved in astrophysics. The University of Iowa has been a long-standing leader in the field. They built instruments flown on 70 aircraft and 60 successful missions. Between 1958 and 1998, the University of Iowa developed more space flight instruments than any other university. These instruments were used in the first observations by spacecraft at 7 of the 8 planets in our solar systems. Iowa's technology produced the first evidence of the Earth's radiation belts. Without the contributions of the University of Iowa to the field of astrophysics, space research would not be the same. Thank you to the University of Iowa for your out-of-this-world network. I rise to honor the life and career of the indestructible Johnny Lujack, who passed away at the age of 98. In 1947, Johnny Lujack won the Heisman Trophy, capping off a college football career at Notre Dame's quarterback, where he won 3 national championships. He was unanimously named All-American twice. He was named the 1947 AP Athlete of the Year. He also served our country as a Navy ensign in World War II. After college, he played for the Chicago Bears, and he made 2 Pro Bowls. In 1949, Johnny Lujack led the NFL in passing touchdowns and passing yards. After retiring from football, he and his wife moved to Patricia's hometown of Davenport, Iowa, and ran the largest Chevy dealership in the state of Iowa. He spent the next 67 years in the Quad Cities and was a titan in our community, and even served on the board of trustees for St. Ambrose University. He moved to Naples, Florida in 2021 to be closer to his grandson, much to the dismay of many Iowans who missed him dearly. My prayers are with his family as they mourn the loss of such a remarkable man as Johnny Lujack. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, extreme MAGA Republicans have gone from Trump caging children to Abbott's trapping children in the river. Razor-wired wrapped barrels in the river, pushing children back into the river, and denying water during extreme heat are simply acts of deliberate, inhumane, horrific torture. It goes beyond politics and crosses a line into human rights violations. These boys by the governor will not stop migrants from crossing the Rio Grande. Instead, they will pose a grave threat to Border Patrol agents, will increase the risk of drowning for children, disabled people, mothers, and others. What if this was one of your own children, your niece or nephew, your grandchild? How would you respond if you saw your family treated this way? Governor Abbott's anti-life actions do not reflect our Texas values. It is just simply bad inhumanitarian actions. Migrants deserve to be treated with dignity and compassion, not by this relentless dehumanization. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, on National Intern Day, I rise to shine a spotlight on North Carolina's 1st Congressional District's amazing interns. First, let's give a big shout out to Andrea Knight, who holds down the fort in Greenville, North Carolina, at our district office. And here at our nation's capital, we have Sierra Gillum and Alice Chatterjee and Sahil Rao. These dynamic interns and their hard work have tremendously impacted our legislative efforts, and I thank them, and our future is in good hands. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to recognize Joyce Hamlin, keeper of the mace. She grew up in the tobacco fields of North Carolina to become the bearer of the historic House mace. Joyce, thank you for being fair, getting on me just like you got on everyone else. You have fulfilled your duties. You haven't dropped the mace. Congratulations on your retirement. I look forward to seeing you in North Carolina. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to denounce yet again the radical right-wing war on women, which is attacking fundamental rights and putting our military readiness at risk. Before I came to Congress, I served our nation in the United States Marine Corps. As a Marine, I'm appalled to see that for the first time in over 150 years, Marines are without a Senate-confirmed leader because of this misguided war on reproductive freedom, one of more than 200 confirmations being held up in the United States Senate. I thoroughly condemn using these promotions as hostages, and every single member of Congress who is choosing to put their radical agenda over our national security. The same agenda that warped this year's NDAA with countless culture war amendments. Our service members give their lives to protect our country. We owe it to them to protect their basic rights to privacy and health care. For the sake of our service members and for women across America, I urge my colleagues to drop this reckless, precedent-setting blockade. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Ask to address the House for 1 minute. Ask unanimous consent.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the beauty and wonderment of this nation is that every single person born in this country has the privilege of living under the flag of the United States of America. And today I rise to reinforce our love of country, our love of our soldiers and our veterans, but also our love of justice. I'm introducing today the China Gibson Stop the Transgender Murder Epidemic Act of 2023. It is to respect those who are different. And this particular bill will provide a commission to understand why so many women or so many trans have been killed over the last decade. It will establish a commission to study and develop proposals to combat the epidemic of murdering of gender nonconforming, gender expansive, and transgender women of color. The duties of the commission shall be to document and research issues gender nonconforming, gender expansive, transgender women of color face, including but not limited to limited access to health care, limited access to housing. I simply want to say, Mr. Speaker, we live in this beautiful country. I want this commission to tell us the truth and to protect people who deserve to be protected and to live their lives. I yield back.
The chair raises before the House a communication pursuant.
Congress of the United States, Washington, D.C., July 21, 2023. Pursuant to Section 201A2 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974, and upon recommendations by the House and Senate Budget Committees, the Speaker of the House of Representatives and the Senate President Pro Tem hereby appoint Dr. Philip Swagel as the Director of the Congressional Budget Office for the term expiring January 3, 2027. Signed sincerely, Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House of Representatives, and Patty Murray, President Pro Tem, United States Senate.
The chair lays before the House an enrolled bill.
H.R. 3672, an act to designate the clinic of the Department of Veterans Affairs in Indian River, Michigan as a private first-class Justin T. Patton Department of Veterans Affairs clinic.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., July 27, 2023. I hereby designate the period from Friday, July 28, 2023 through Monday, September 11, 2023 as a district work period under Section 3Z of House Resolution 5. Signed sincerely, Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January the 9th, 2023, the gentlewoman from Vermont, Ms. Balint, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise today in support of public schools. I am a parent. I'm a former middle school teacher. I'm also the child of a working class mom and an immigrant dad. And I understand so deeply that education is the bedrock of this great democracy. But Mr. Speaker, I am worried about our public schools. I'm worried about the news stories about banning books, erasing Black curriculum from schools. These Republican actions are not supportive of our public schools, or teachers, or parents, or our students. This assault on public education does not make us a stronger nation, a kinder nation, or a more thoughtful one. We don't have any fear about facing the complexity of our nation's history. Our democracy is stronger than that. It can withstand the ugly details. the inconvenient truths, and the uncomfortable nuance. We have a robust democracy. We have a republic that can face tough questions about its history. We need not be afraid of this. Age-appropriate curriculum about our nation's history must include the hard parts. Our students and our parents and our teachers can handle it. Let's trust them. It's concerning to me that in some districts, we have movements to prevent students from learning about slavery or the Trail of Tears, Martin Luther King Jr., Rosa Parks, Anne Frank. As the grandchild of an immigrant, a man who was killed in the Holocaust, child of an immigrant, grandchild of someone killed in the Holocaust, I know the importance of knowing history. I know the importance of speaking frankly and clearly about what happens when we don't know the details, when we simply demonize a group or dehumanize a group of people. What we need to do is shine the light of day on complex history. And when we use our time here in Congress to fan the flames of culture wars instead of investing in our schools, we are not doing the jobs that we were sent here to do and that parents want us to do. It doesn't matter what your political stripe is or whether you're not involved in politics at all. What you want for your children and your grandchildren is essentially the same. You want a strong education for your kids and grandkids. You want schools where all students feel safe and supported and can be their very best selves. We know that kids, they suffer when they don't have the resources that they need. We should be investing our time and energy into making sure all of our schools, regardless of zip code, have the resources they need for every single American kid to be successful. That's our job. It's at the core of who we are as Americans. It's not banning Judy Blume or trying to pretend that racism was part of our past and indeed, in many instances, is still a part of our present. We should not be afraid of these details. To ensure that the next generation of Americans are equipped for adulthood, we have to support well-rounded, holistic education that sets up our children for success. Now, I have a 13-year-old, almost 13, she'll be 13 in a couple weeks, and a 15-year-old. And I will tell you that every time we sit down to dinner at my house, we have robust conversations about the news. And in fact, my son, when I first started in Congress, I used to walk through the door on Friday afternoons and he'd say, "Mom, let's talk about your votes." And we have complex conversations about geopolitics. And I don't shy away from talking about the hard stuff with my son or my daughter. I trust them to ask the questions of me that are age appropriate. I wish that we could trust our families across this country more to be able to have rich and complex conversations with their students about curriculum that is often complicated. That is the human experience. That is the American experience. It is not tidy, nor would we want it so. We are a nation of ideas. We wrestle with concepts. This is who we are at our best. We should not be afraid of this happening in our public schools. And I know the impact that quality education can have on our young people, and the danger that lies ahead if we use our positions as elected officials to be prescriptive about what should be discussed in our public schools. The continued attack on our public education, which is often fueled by divisive rhetoric and often, unfortunately, manufactured controversies, is an affront to parents and students everywhere. As I said, they know how to navigate complex issues. Why are we so afraid of this? Our continued dependency within this building of creating groups of people to demonize and dehumanize for political ends, unfortunately, then gets played out in public schools across this country. How is this possibly helping the democracy? I want students to ask hard questions. When I was a teacher, I welcomed them. I welcomed people from across the political spectrum and their parents to be able to come into my classroom and have deep conversations about difference. It's not about indoctrinating people. It's about having a place where we're not afraid to talk about hard things. Isn't that what we want for our schools and for our communities? I fear that we are so afraid of having hard conversations that we've stopped talking at all. Better to shut down any conversation about something that somebody perceives as controversial than to try to come together with differing opinions, wrestle with ideas, wrestle with complexities. This is who we are at our best. This is actually what this body was supposed to be, and what our public schools can be at their best, a microcosm of the democracy. And I know, having been a public school teacher, and I taught middle school, and people often say middle school is a great preparation for being in Congress for a whole lot of reasons, that public school teachers and the parents that support those teachers and those students are some of the most committed, compassionate members of our communities. They are invested in their students. They are committed to their communities. And unfortunately, they have become targets of baseless attacks that have come from divisive politics. And I have to say, the attack on public schools, the attack on teachers, it is not serving us as a nation. It is not, as I said, making us stronger. It is not making us more thoughtful. It is not making us more equipped to deal with the complicated world of geopolitics that we must confront. I welcome hard conversations, and I always have in my classroom. This is what teachers across this country are trying to do: hold space for hard conversations. Why are we so afraid of that? I also have to say, as a woman who has 2 kids, and my spouse is another woman, I want my kids to be able to go to a school where their teacher is not going to be reprimanded for acknowledging that my kids have a particular kind of family. I want my kids to feel like they have as much of a right to be in a classroom, to get an education, than anyone else. Why are we so afraid of difference? For many years in this country, difference, diversity of experience, diversity of background. We talked about our nation as a great melting pot. Sometimes it was called a fruit salad. Sometimes it was called a potpourri of experiences. It used to be that we celebrated that we did not see that as a danger to our very democracy. We are in what I feel like is not just uncharted territory, it is dangerous territory for the Republic. I know from representing Vermont, which is a rural state with hundreds of communities dotted across our wooded landscape, that the public schools are the heart and the soul of our communities. They are where young minds are nurtured, where curiosity is fueled, where community itself is fostered. And our teachers, in conjunction with the parents in those communities, play an invaluable role in shaping our children's future. They deserve to be acknowledged for the work that they do and not vilified. One of the things that I heard as I was campaigning across Vermont to represent my state in Congress, didn't matter what community I was in, people would come up to me at the end of events and say, I don't want to hate my neighbors. I don't want to feel like the only way forward is to be fearful of other Americans, people within my own community. I try to live my life here in Congress and as a former teacher as someone who is always thinking about how do we bring the community of man back together? How do we move away from a meanness of spirit that is not just corroding our work here, but is actually corroding our nation? Schools are an important part of people being able to come together and speak honestly about their experiences and their histories. It is a way forward for us as a nation. Why are we so afraid of having difficult conversations? Now, I never imagined that I would be standing here before you as the child of an immigrant and a working class mom, as a gay woman. I never thought that I would be walking in these halls. But I'm here, I have a place here, and I'm going to use my voice to continue to ask the question, what happened to our ability to have tough conversations without demonizing each other, without dehumanizing each other? We know what happens when norms are upended, when rights are attacked. We have seen this across the globe. We've seen it here in our own country. Public schools are an important part of building back the strength and the vibrancy of our democracy. At this time, I yield to my colleague from Michigan, Representative Tlaib.
Thank you so much for your incredible courage, my good colleague from Vermont. I know I come and grew up in the most beautiful, blackest city in the country, in the city of Detroit, where every corner is a reminder of the civil rights movement, a reminder of different movements that ensured that our black neighbors had human dignity. But now across the country, far-right extremists, elected officials like the governor of Florida are attempting to whitewash black history and ban books in our children's classrooms. Florida's own Board of Education just approved new black history standards, and public school students will be now taught that enslaved black folks benefited from slavery. The audacity. There's no two sides, Mr. Speaker, to slavery. Slavery was cruel, it was inhumane, it was a violent practice that denied our black neighbors and communities their basic human dignity. It had no redeeming qualities. Many of the founding fathers in this chamber even owned human beings themselves. These are just facts. These are our history. You cannot teach the truth about American history without teaching African American history. We must teach our children, Mr. Speaker, the truth about our nation's history. That means reckoning with racism, oppression, and lynching, dehumanization, and white supremacist violence. We cannot learn from our past if our past is no longer being taught. We will not allow anyone to rewrite our history. And again, it is so important that this chamber understands that Black history is American history. And again, I cannot thank my good colleague from Vermont, Representative Blank, for really, truly championing this issue today. And again, from a community that taught me oppression against anyone needs to continue to be uplifted and fought against, I can't stand by, even if it's another state doing it, and say that it's okay and stand by idly. I can't stand by the sidelines, and we have to, again, continue to speak truth. With that, I yield back to my colleague.
Thank you, Representative Tlaib. Parents and voters across this country understand the biggest challenges facing America's students in our public schools. And it's not about curriculum that includes details about slavery or the Trail of Tears or Anne Frank. That's not what most voters and parents care about. What they care about, number one, they care about getting students the support they need. And in some instances, that's one-on-one support to meet the needs of their students. They care deeply about addressing the educator shortages that we see across the country. They care deeply about ensuring that their students have the mental health services that they need. And they care deeply about the dangers of gun violence in their schools. They want candidates to address these issues. They want leaders who will address these issues. And I will say, the needs of parents are really not that different from the needs and the desires of students. I've spent quite a bit of time traveling across Vermont, speaking to predominantly middle school and high school students about what it is that they are concerned about. And they talk about the same kinds of things. They talk about needing mental health supports. They talk about how afraid they are to go to school because they're worried about the epidemic of gun violence. They're concerned that they won't be prepared for a future. They are not clamoring to have curriculum restricted. They want to have those hard conversations. In fact, you know, I taught middle school for many years, and I run into some of my former students who are now adults, and we talk about the conversations that we had in my classroom that were on hard issues, but they were age appropriate. I trusted them and their families to be engaged in the work that was happening in my classroom. I fear that where we're headed is a future in which what it is that teachers are allowed to discuss with students will be so restricted that our students will not be prepared for the future outside of their little communities. History is complicated. It is often ugly, sometimes really distasteful. I studied African American history and Native American history when I was earning my master's in history. I studied African American communities post-Reconstruction during an era known as racial uplift. I looked at Black women's community organizations and the work that they did post-Reconstruction to have vital supports within their communities. I studied Native American land claims. and the missteps and mistakes and atrocities that happened in history regarding tribal claims to land. I am a better person for knowing these things. It did not fundamentally make me a less patriotic American. It did not make me less grateful that my father came here as an immigrant to build a new life. Every nation has its complex histories, its difficult chapters, its reckonings. No nation is without dark spots in its past. But where we can rise above as a nation is to say, we will embrace head on the complexity and the nuance and trust our students and our parents and our teachers that they can have those conversations. And it will not make them less likely to love their country. But I will tell you, having taught middle school for a very long time and community college, that students feel betrayed when they are not given age-appropriate curriculum about the hard stuff. And then they find out about it later, and they feel like we have been withholding history from them, that we don't trust them enough to ask the good questions. I wish so sincerely that we would trust parents more across this country to be able to have a relationship with their local public school and their teachers, and together have those meaningful, sometimes difficult conversations. One of the things that I'm also quite concerned about is that we're not investing even in the infrastructure of schools. I'm concerned that there are so many aging buildings across this country that in a decade or two are not going to be structurally sound for our students. It's going to take a big investment of money to make sure that every single student has a safe building to learn inside. But our priorities often in this building are not around investing in the needs of our children and our families. And so I know that bill is going to come due. And there's going to be a time when parents and communities look back and say, why didn't we make those investments when we should have? Is it not true that our children are truly the most precious resource for the nation? Now, the other thing that I've been thinking about is that we, as parents, need to be willing to show up for our schools and our students, even when there is no controversy. Take an interest in what's happening, not because you have any kind of agenda, but just because you want to know what's happening in the schools. I can tell you that most of the schools that I know of in Vermont, they would welcome involvement from the community, whether it is a community garden, whether it is helping to lead after-school programs. What is the most frustrating thing is when people are not involved in the work of the school or what's happening there, and there's a sense of suspicion about what's happening there. And I can tell you, as somebody who volunteered as much as I could at my kids' school when they were little. I knew what was happening in the schools because I was there communicating. Public schools are not the enemy here. Teachers are not the enemy. Nor are trans people and queer people that seem to be on the receiving end right now of a lot of the vitriol around public schools. I went into teaching for one reason: alleviating suffering. That is the same reason why I ran for state senate. It's the same reason why I ran for Congress: alleviating suffering in all of its forms. And when you're a teacher, you have to do that in real time, because kids come into the classroom with whatever they were dealing with that morning at home. And it's the job of the teacher to hold all students where they are and make the classroom environment a place where all feel safe and supported. It's not an easy job, I can tell you. Oftentimes, when you're a teacher, you get to the end of the day and you haven't remembered to eat or use the bathroom or take care of any of your personal needs, because there's only one thing that is important to you, which is making sure your students get what they need when they are with you that day. Can we please stop demonizing teachers? Can we please stop thinking there is some sinister agenda? People serve in that capacity because they want to make a positive difference in the lives of children. And sometimes it's as simple as sitting with a student who had a rough time on the bus in the morning, or someone who is carrying with them a deep insecurity about themselves, and that's getting in the way of their learning. We talk in education about differentiated learning. And we use that to talk about how students come in with different levels of success at a particular topic, particular curriculum, and you try to differentiate it, make it possible for them to be successful. But I've often thought when we talk about differentiated learning, we forget that that's what teachers do day in and day out with every single student they have. What does this student need right now? How can I help them get what they need so they can be successful? It is both exhausting and rewarding. Can we please stop attacking teachers? At this time, I yield to my colleague from Hawaii, Representative Takuda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am definitely out of breath. I ran here from my other hearing because this was just such an important hour that we participate in. Patsy Takimoto Ming is the mother of Title IX. She had a vision and a dream for her daughter and for all of our children to live a life free from the kind of discrimination she suffered as a woman of color. Her groundbreaking advocacy and reforms have since paved the way to allow all of our children to fully participate and engage in their education, in sports, and in all other forms of learning as their true, authentic selves. Removing discrimination and inequity on the basis of sex was personal for Congresswoman Ming. Throughout her pursuit of higher education, she faced racial discrimination, segregation, and limited opportunities simply because she was a woman. Many of us serving here in Congress on both sides of the aisle are here because of Patsy's perseverance and courage, and I am humbled to serve in the seat that she held with such grit and such grace. Like Patsy, I see every action or inaction we take here in Congress through the lens of a mother. While we cowardly delay action on gun legislation, I leave home each week terrified that one day an active shooter drill at my son's school might not be a drill at all. As we fight book bans and the perverse culture wars of the far right, I wonder, how will my boys feel when they see less and less of themselves in what is represented as history and in the books that are on the library shelves? While we watch as bullies in Congress try to push our loved ones back into the closet through guilt and shame, I hug my babies, now teenagers, every single chance I get, and I remind them, as I have since they were little, of my unconditional love for them and my only wish for them to be whomever they seek to be. As we fight in this chamber, kicking and screaming against what is nothing less than a movement to use our children as a means to institutionalize racism, legitimize discrimination, and oppress marginalized people and communities of color around our country, I often sit and ask myself, what would Patsy say? What would Patsy say? I cannot speak for this great tower of a woman, but I know in my heart that she would not stand for this kind of politicization of our children. She would stand shoulder to shoulder with all of us and say, hell no, not today, not today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you so much, Representative Takuda. Mr. Speaker, we have important work to do in this country. We need to continue to invest in schools so that we can reduce poverty. We need to alleviate hunger. We need to work together to build better outcomes for kids. We need to give teachers a living wage and create equitable systems that don't leave anyone behind. Your zip code should not determine whether you get a robust, rich education or not. Students, parents, educators deserve more. They need partners, not partisans. They don't need bullies. What they need is for us to stand up for robust, rich education and not be afraid to talk about the tough stuff. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker. House of Representatives, sir. On July 27, 2023, pursuant to Section 3307 of Title 40, United States Code, the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure met in open session with a quorum being present to consider 15 resolutions included in the General Services Administration's Capital Investment and Leasing Programs. I have enclosed copies of the resolutions adopted by the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure on July 27, 2023. Signed sincerely, Sam Graves, Chairman.
Referred to the Committee on Appropriations. Under the Speaker's announced policy January the 9th of 2023, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
I thank the Speaker. As I was preparing to give remarks, I was listening to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. One of the points being raised was about champions of Title IX, and what would they say? I think that's a fantastic question. Just today in the House Judiciary Committee, we had a witness, a young lady who was a swimmer for the University of Pennsylvania. And I asked her whether Leah Thomas is a man or a woman. And this female swimmer replied without hesitation that indeed that swimmer is a biological male. Now, that gets sometimes dismissed as, I don't know, humorous or absurd or whatever in these culture battles. But the fact is, the young lady testifying was a victim of sexual assault and didn't want to have to be in a bathroom changing with a biological male. And yet my colleagues on the other side of the aisle dismiss it. They dismiss Riley Gaines' concern about competing against a biological male while they champion Title IX. You literally can't even make it up. Come to the floor, champion Title IX, and yet they destroy Title IX by virtue of saying, oh yeah, it's fine. Doesn't matter if you're a dude. Suit up, jump in the pool, and swim. I asked one of the witnesses today, I said, well, you know, is the International Federation of Swimming, or whatever it's called, is that some grand right-wing conspiracy? And she kind of chuckled and said no. She knew where I was going, which is that organization had banned Leah Thomas and other biological males competing against women in the 2024 Olympics. Because of course they did. At least if they're being at all rational. Doesn't mean that won't change. It doesn't mean that the irrational won't take over. It doesn't mean that the absurd won't define how we live our lives. But at least in this case, the committee said, yeah, maybe a dude shouldn't swim against girls in the swim meets. But my colleagues on the other side of the aisle dismiss that as right-wing lunacy, MAGA extremism. I never know what I am. I support Ron DeSantis, and I'm a MAGA hater. On the floor of the House, I'm a MAGA extremist because I dare to stand up for the American people who are sick of having their world turned upside down. Have my colleagues on the other side of the aisle saying, well, we have important work to do, but all they care about are book bans. Well, that's just a lie. It's just a straight up lie. The accusations of book banning. Do you know what kind of books have been put on the chopping block in Florida? Books that have straight up pornography in them that parents dared to say, wait a minute, I don't think I want that in the public schools library. Now wait, is that what a book ban is? Because if it is, sign me up. Sign me up. Because I don't want that in my kids' library, and that is actually the fundamental question. Are we going to stand up and say, we're going to stand up for our kids? Are we in this body are people who just want normalcy and their lives back in legislatures across this country and in governors' mansions across this country, going to stand up and say, yes, there is man and there is woman. And no, the men shouldn't compete against women in their swim meets or their track meets. And no, we shouldn't put pornography of any kind, straight, gay, otherwise, in the public libraries of our kids' schools, and then be labeled as book banners. Because if that's what you're going to do, I'm going to stand up and say yes. But meanwhile, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to shut down free speech. They want to say anything I'm saying. In fact, what I'm saying right now, they would say is disinformation. What I'm saying right now, they would say if I put it on social media, they'd be all too happy to have big tech companies or the power of government shut down my speech. Now, I'm protected on the floor of the House, but every American is supposed to be protected with free speech. And I'm going to keep saying it. I'm going to keep saying that Leah Thomas is a dude, and I'll say it here, and I'll say it on social media, and I'll say it on the streets, and if they dare try to stop me, that's what the First Amendment is all about. And we're going to stand up and defend that. And we're going to stand up and defend normalcy. We had accusations that, oh, this is all made up. We actually had somebody in one of the hearings today in which we were talking about transgender issues and so-called, dysphoria. We had a young lady who I could barely speak after I heard her testimony. I could barely figure out what to say to her because she had started to be transitioned, changed sex, realized that she was going to lose the ability as a woman to breastfeed her hopefully one day children, and she stopped. And she was testifying today about the horrors of the pressure being placed upon her to change her sex. And she broke down in tears. And then she was talking about one of the other witnesses at the table, a mom that was talking about her child, the Democratic witness, and saying how important it was to be able to have the transition. And here's what our witness, Chloe Cole, said. Quote, "I understand that Mrs. Reynolds is scared for her child. And I just want to set the record straight that I don't hate her. I don't think anyone in this room hates her. In fact," she said, as she began to cry, and as all of us, by the way, on the dais were holding back tears, "I see my own mother and my own father in her. And that clearly she dearly loves her child. And she's doing the best with that she's been given. And unfortunately, it's not much. And for that, I'm sorry." She remained emotional. She continued, she said, "I think every parent deserves the utmost grace and guidance with how to help their child. I don't wish for her child to have the same result as I did," she said. "I don't wish for anyone to regret transition or detransition because it's incredibly difficult. It comes with its own difficulties, and it's not easy. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle call that hate speech. They say that if we bring these questions up about transitioning people's sex, their God-given chromosomes and sex, because you've got pressure on social media and the devil that is or are these devices that our kids spend hundreds of hours on, and you wonder, if I dare say that, oh no, that's hate speech. And if you think I'm crazy, look around the world. Look around the world. We had a public official in Finland who was being prosecuted last year, and is still having to go through it, for daring to have distributed materials saying that she believed in traditional marriage instead of same-sex marriage. She was being prosecuted despite being a member of the parliament. I'm just telling you, America, it is coming to a theater near you. Don't think for a minute that the people who are decrying what I'm saying as hate speech don't want me to be in jail for it. They do. In a heartbeat, I would be put in jail for daring to stand up in defense of my faith, my values, my beliefs, and in this case, for simply saying there is man and there is woman. That's where we stand as a society. I went on to, I heard my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, and this is not what I came to the floor to talk about, by the way. But I heard my colleagues on the other side of the aisle talking about schools and how we want to, scare parents by talking about these issues. This is all to scare parents, they said in the hearing. Well, how about this? Today, news report, Vermont School District removes male and female from the reproductive system lessons. Let that sink in for a minute. Just want you to think about it. What's the first thing you do if you're a farmer and you get a new calf, or you're trying to figure, what do you look? Is it a boy or a girl? What's the first thing you do when your baby's born? Well, is it a boy or a girl? They're literally taking out of the lessons in the Vermont School District on reproductive system, they're taking out male and female. That is so bat crap crazy, I can't even possibly put it into words. Yet, I'm the one, according to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, who's hateful, because we're trying to pass in a National Defense Authorization Act language to say that perhaps, color me crazy, our Defense Department should be focused on a mission to kill people and blow stuff up when called upon to do so, hopefully on a limited basis, but really daggum effectively when called upon to do so. I think if I polled most Americans, they would say, I want my defense to be better than every other country's by an order of magnitude, highly trained, and I don't think any of them would rank diversity, equity, inclusion, or transgender surgeries high on the National Defense Authorization list of priorities, or climate change. I don't think most of my constituents care that they drive around battery-powered Jeeps or battery-powered Hummers or battery-powered tanks. They actually want them to work. They actually want them to blow things up. So we dare to say, how about the National Defense Authorization Act focus on defense? And my colleagues on the other side of the aisle come down crying hate, crying that we're injecting culture wars into the Defense Department. Well, wait, who exactly is it that injected culture wars into the Defense Department? This administration, my Democratic colleagues. And we're trying to get defense back on track. And we did so, by the way. But our Democratic colleagues in the Senate are going to refuse to take up the version of the National Defense Authorization Act that we passed. They're going to want to cleanse it. Let's not forget, to all my colleagues on this side of the aisle, that when they cleanse it, what they're really doing is polluting the Department of Defense, which is driving down recruiting and driving down our effectiveness. We're losing simulations by the day. Our numbers are going down by the day. Our effectiveness is going down by the day. Our stockpiles are going down by the day, because they've turned the Department of Defense into a social engineering experiment wrapped in a uniform. And that is criminal. And we shouldn't stand for it. But that's not the only thing we shouldn't stand for. Yesterday, I had the pleasure of having Alejandro Mayorkas, the Department of Homeland Security Secretary, before us in the Judiciary Committee. I reminded the Secretary that about 15 months ago, he appeared before the Judiciary Committee. And when he did so, I asked him point blank, Mr. Secretary, do you have, in your job as the Secretary, operational control of the border? He said, I do. I said, wait, you have operational control of the border? And I pulled up the statute, the Secure Fence Act, which requires this country and the Secretary carrying out his job to maintain operational control. I pulled up a second board with a statute definition about what is operational control. And it means you do not allow anybody to come across the border and into our country without papers and knowing who they are. You don't allow illegal trafficking. You don't allow narcotics to come across. You have operational control of the border. I put all that up. I said, are you sure you have operational control of the border? The Secretary said, I do. Pushed on him multiple times. Funny enough, a little bit later, in a different hearing, later this year, over in the Senate, the Secretary changed his tune. He said, well, by that definition under the Secure Fence Act, I don't use that one. He said, under that definition, nobody's ever had operational control. The fact is, the Secretary wants the American people to believe that our country is in charge of our border when anybody with eyes knows that it is the cartels who have operational control of our border, that they are wide open and lawless, and Americans are dying as a result from fentanyl poisonings, and migrants are dying as a result in the false name of compassion, while my Democratic colleagues pat themselves on the back while 53 people roast in a tractor trailer in San Antonio, which I represent. Or the little girls that are sold into the sex trafficking trade, being exposed in The Sound of Freedom, making tens of billions of dollars, moving human beings for profit. That's what is happening, and my Democratic colleagues don't care, and the Secretary of Homeland Security doesn't care, and the Secretary of Homeland Security lied in front of me, in front of the entire Judiciary Committee, in front of all America, by saying that he has operational control of the border when faced with the statute, knowing what it means and knowing full well that he does not, we do not, our country does not. Governor Abbott was being criticized on the floor today by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle because he's putting up barriers. He's putting Texas DPS, Department of Public Safety, troopers down on the Rio Grande. He's deploying barriers in the middle of the Rio Grande. He's being criticized for being heartless. Who is it that's heartless? Those that want the rule of law enforced and to tell the world that you don't flood our borders in a way that's going to empower cartels and endanger yourself? Or is it heartless to allow all of those people to get sold into the sex trafficking trade, die in the Texas heat, get abused, get used by cartels? Like the federal judge in Texas who upward departed a few weeks ago from the penalties under our statutes and the sentencing guidelines because he ran across a case where the cartels had a stash house in Fort Worth, Texas. A man illegally here, a father, was in Baltimore, Maryland, and he was being told by the cartels his daughter would be raped if he didn't pay $23,000. That is happening every day in our country, every single day, in the supposed greatest country on the face of the earth and in history. We stand here, 435 of us, in front of that flag, and that flag is supposed to mean something. And it sure as hell doesn't mean anything if little girls are getting raped right here in D.C., up the road in Baltimore, in Houston, in San Antonio, in Laredo, in Fort Worth. We have evidence it's happening every day. And we don't do anything about it, except pat ourselves on the back and say, oh, well, we can just interpret parole and interpret asylum laws and just tell the world, come on up through Mexico. But don't mind the fact that thousands of you are going to die. You're going to get used by the cartels. You're going to pay millions of dollars. And your little girls are going to get exploited. Sound of freedom indeed. We should be ashamed of ourselves. And by the way, that goes for Republicans and Democrats, because it has happened under both of our watches for far too long. Why am I standing in front of this chart? Because about, 4 months ago, we passed in this body H.R. 2. We passed legislation that we know, we don't believe, we know would take significant strides to securing the border of the United States, reestablishing operational control, limiting the flow, limiting the power of cartels, empowering ICE, empowering Border Patrol, reestablishing the rule of law so that we can be the beacon of hope that people want to aspire to come here and live under. But of course, that bill is sitting over in a Senate that doesn't give a whit. So what do we do about it? That's my question for Republicans. I can sit here and bash my Democratic colleagues all day long for not caring about what's happening to Texas, for not caring about the 5 kids in the school district where I live who died from fentanyl poisoning, not caring about the 200 a day dying from fentanyl poisoning while fentanyl pours across our border, not caring about what's happening to Border Patrol agents, not caring that the Secretary of Homeland Security lied about Border Patrol agents allegedly whipping Haitian migrants, which we knew didn't happen, and the Secretary knew didn't happen. 2 hours before, he went to the microphone and said they did it, and they did it for systemic racism. All of that is true, and my Democratic colleagues will not want to pass H.R. 2. So what will Republicans do about it? That is the question. And the answer is that we should recognize the power of the purse. James Madison, Federalist Paper number 58. The House of Representatives can not only refuse, but they alone can propose the supplies requisite for the support of the government. They, in a word, hold the purse. This power over the purse may in fact be regarded as, and this is the most important part, the most complete and effectual weapon with which any constitution can arm the immediate representatives of the people for obtaining a redress of every grievance and for carrying into effect every just and salutary measure. What that means is we get to decide how the tax dollars and the borrowed dollars are spent to carry out the laws of the United States, and no one else. We control the power of the purse. We are the people's house. It is our job to decide how those dollars are spent and then hold the executive branch accountable for carrying out the laws using those taxpayer dollars. That is not only our opportunity, it's our duty in the House of Representatives. So that is the question for Republicans. Will we take inventory and decide whether we care more about steak dinners at night and making a golf event or coming down to, do 3 votes in a week and then get home for the weekend? I mean, I noticed today's Thursday. We have one appropriations bill passed. We're not coming in tomorrow. We're blowing out for a 6-week recess. The government's going to run out of money on September 30th. That's one thing we know. Most people I represent would tell you they don't think we ought to spend more money. We ought to spend less. So the question is, are we going to find a way between now and September 30th, approximately 60 days from now, are we going to find the ability to pass appropriations bills that reduce spending, take our country back, but most importantly, check the executive branch from the tyranny that they are engaging in over the American people? The Department of Homeland Security is decidedly not securing the homeland. It's just true by any objective measure. Last September, I asked my House and Senate Republican colleagues if they would vote for a CR and continue to fund the tyranny being waged by this administration. I sent a letter with 6 pages of examples of how a CR would continue funding the very things the GOP members of this body campaign against. Now, that was September 27th of last year, about 40 days before the November election. What are the things GOP members campaign against? Open borders and funding for open borders. Authoritarian bureaucrats, the FBI, the IRS, the ATF, and the funding for those bureaucrats. Tyrannical public health agencies that shut down our economy, mandated vaccines, mandated masks. Funding for those agencies. Destructive energy policies through the Inflation Reduction Act, EPA, and Department of Energy, undermining the ability of this country to produce reliable energy that makes the world work. When, by the way, 3 billion people on this planet do not have reliable energy. 1 billion people don't have electricity at all. Funding for radical anti-American, anti-biology ideologies at the Department of Education, NPR, and HHS. Funding for the degradation of our national security with a woke Department of Defense. But nevertheless, 22 Senate Republicans still supported the CR, as did 10 House Republicans. Funding runs out on September 30th. And here we sit once again with 2 notable differences. We are now operating under bloated spending levels established by the FY23 omnibus bill passed last December. Now, if you don't know what that means, it's just the way this place works. Spending runs out in September. If we haven't passed appropriations bills through both bodies signed by the president, people freak out. They want the lights to stay on. October 1st rolls around. They pass a continuing resolution to keep the government going. Might pass it for a day or a week or a month. Often, they pass it for about 75 days. Now, why would you do that on September 30th for about 75 days? Do the math. That ends up in the middle of December. Now, why would the uniparty establishment Washington elite, who don't give a crap about debt, who don't care about what's happening to their country at the end of the day, but really care more about getting home for Christmas? That's why. So, what happened last December? That happened. A couple of days before Christmas, a $1.7 trillion omnibus spending bill was passed, funding Ukraine to the tune of about $45 billion, increasing defense spending by about 10%, increasing non-defense by about 7%. All of that got done while what? We're at $32 trillion of debt and counting. Long before, by the way, a big deal was cut, raising your debt another $4 trillion on Memorial Day. Now, again, that happened while Republicans were in charge of the House. And 17 Republican senators voted for that. Why? I'll tell you why. The defense establishment in this town, combined with those who wanted to try to do something for Ukraine, said, oh, well, we know we have a lot of debt, but we got to cut a deal. I want to go home for Christmas. I want to wear a blue and yellow pin on my lapel. I want to feel good about myself, but that's okay. I'll pass the buck down to my kids and grandkids with a big pile of debt. So again, I'm going to ask my Republican colleagues, will we vote to continue to fund this tyrannical government while our border is wide open? Little girls are getting abused. Some 80 to 90,000 Americans a year dying from fentanyl poisoning. Cartels empowered, China empowered. Are we going to continue to do that? We have the power of the purse. Will we use it? Or will we curl up in a little ball like we tend to do every single year and say, oh no, they're going to criticize us for a government shutdown? Every year, like clockwork. Now, I'm all for moving the appropriations bills and getting them done by September 30th. But I can promise you, as sure as the sun is coming up tomorrow, Chuck Schumer and Senate Democrats are not going to bless the appropriations bills that we move through the House. They're not gonna. They're gonna then want to claim it is Republicans who are shutting down the government. But the question is, when we wake up on October 1st, are we Republicans going to have agreed to spend even one more dollar, to advance a tyrannical government that is stepping over the rights of the American people at the Department of Justice, the FBI, that are funding a woke government at the Department of Defense that leaves $85 billion behind in Afghanistan with no real accountability? And importantly, for the purpose of what I want to talk about more right now, is the border. We've seen 5.6 million illegal crossings since January of 2021. Under Secretary Mayorkas and President Biden, the number of known or suspected terrorists caught by border agents has increased each year. Fiscal year 21, 15, their first year. FY 22, 98. FY 23, 140 so far. Now, you think, oh gosh, they're doing their job. They caught all these guys. Well, what about the 8 or so million gotaways? Anybody concerned about the gotaways when you know you've got 140 so far individuals nabbed to be known or suspected terrorists? We've lost 85,000 kids. They've gone missing. Can't track them. Fentanyl, as I said before, Border Patrol has seized 22,000 pounds of fentanyl. mean, I don't know if you understand, but a sugar packet of fentanyl could kill most of the people in this room, depending on its strength. They've seized 22,000 pounds of fentanyl, which would kill hundreds of millions of people. China sells the printing presses to cartels to make the pills that are killing our kids. Kids that take Xanax or Adderall, boom, one pill, dead. It happens all across America. 72,815 fentanyl poisonings, 200 a day. As of this month, 46 Texas counties, I represent Texas, 46 Texas counties have declared an invasion because of the number and volume of migrants entering their communities. They've got to deal with schools. They've got to deal with hospitals. They've got to deal with crime. They've got to have police do the job that need to be done. They've got to deal with bailouts. They've got to deal with fences getting cut. They've got to deal with livestock getting out. They got to deal with fentanyl pouring into their communities. They got to deal with marijuana traffic. They got to deal with all sorts of dangers. Texas has appropriated $10 billion to deal with the border. Texas should get that paid back. I'll be very clear. This member of Congress will not vote for a single CR or DHS appropriations bill that does not address the border security issue, turning H.R. 2 into law, removing the actors at DHS that refuse to do their job, and pays Texas back for the damage being done to the state I represent. And I'm not going to be alone. And if those senators think they're going to roll us, they got a fight on their hand, including Republican senators. I don't care what party you're in. I don't care if you're a Republican or a Democrat. The time for our border being chaos and dangerous and endangering migrants and endangering Americans, the time for that to end is now. Not after another presidential election. My colleagues on the other side of the house say, oh, we like to use all this for politics, to raise money, to campaign on it. My constituents are sick of hearing about it. I don't get a whole lot of praise from my constituents for talking about it. They want us to end it. They're exhausted. Ranchers breaking down in tears, 75-year-old crusty Texans who find a dead body on their ranch or are worried about their children, their livestock getting out. The ranch has been in their family for years. The moms who come to me having lost their children, like Stephanie Turner, who lost her son Tucker, that I've gotten to know, dozens others. And the Secretary of Homeland Security has the audacity to come before the House Judiciary Committee and say he's got it all under control and lie. And yet, a number of my Republican colleagues run around going, well, that's not a high crime and misdemeanor. Constitutional scholars, indeed. It is, in fact, an impeachable offense to lie under oath. And the Secretary of Homeland Security has lied under oath. Putting aside all the other stuff, putting aside ignoring the laws, putting aside endangering Americans, all purposeful. Put all of that aside. If you think, oh, that's maladministration. Maladministration was rejected by the founders, don't you see, Chip? I get these lessons all the time, Con Law 101 from my colleagues. First of all, not 100% true. Maladministration is viewed by some of the people who study this to have been subsumed into what was known to be high crimes and misdemeanors at the time our Constitution was adopted. But put that aside. The Secretary lied to us. That should mean something. That should matter. We should act on it. Either remove him or stop funding him, or both. And I'm going to call the question. Fair warning, People say, oh, well, don't surprise me, I'm told around here. Well, don't be surprised. It's July right now. We have 60 days until the government runs out of funding. And I'm telling you, I will fight the rule. I will fight every bill that comes to this floor that in any way will fund the Secretary of Homeland Security to continue to lie and fail to secure the homeland. The things that we need to do, we laid out in H.R. 2, the bill we passed this spring to secure the border. Restart infrastructure, border wall construction, clear the cane, build roads, provide the resources needed to actually contain the flow. Permanently implement the Remain in Mexico policy that President Trump adopted, requiring migrants to stay south of the border while any asylum claim is adjudicated. End catch and release. Keep migrant families together while their claims are processed. Treat minors from non-contiguous countries the same as we treat minors from Mexico by saying we will return them to their families. End parole abuse and asylum abuse. Restore them to their original intent. These things will reestablish the very rule of law that attracts migrants to come here. And if you think and say, as my colleagues on the other side of the aisle often do, that this is anti-brown, anti-Hispanic racism, that is a lie. Talk to Hispanic Texans, Hispanic Americans, sick of watching their communities get decimated, sick of watching the rule of law crumble, sick of watching cartels get empowered, sick of watching their own die from fentanyl poisonings. I'm not going to allow the race baiting and the game of we're going to call you racist to cow me away from standing up and defending the border of the United States, which we are required to do. I'm not going to do it. This is why I'm going to keep offering amendments to end diversity, equity, inclusion programs. I'm going to keep offering amendments to stop the racial division being sowed by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, including the President of the United States and everybody running these agencies, undermining our Department of Defense, dividing our country, sowing seeds of hatred, rather than bringing us together under that flag, together, united. We should end it. And I'm not going to back away from it, ever. I'm going to close with one final point. I have some colleagues who I know want some time, and I'll be happy to give it to them. I've focused a lot on the border. There are a lot of things that need to change. When we passed Limit, Save, Grow as a Republican Party in, I think, April, I felt that was one of the high water marks, along with passing H.R. 2 of this Congress, in laying out a vision for where we want to take the country. Find a path forward to balance the budget, limit spending, cut the size and scope of the federal bureaucracy, secure the border of the United States, limit the devastating damage that the so-called Inflation Reduction Act will be causing on our ability to be energy independent and the strength of our national security from energy freedom, cutting down the expansion of the Internal Revenue Service. And on this point, and there's other items in that, but we laid out an agenda, and I hope we will stick with that as we go through the appropriations process. But in addition to the border, I have to say that the Inflation Reduction Act, which is effectively funding slavery in China, the Congo, and around the world, needs to be ended, needs to be capped, limited, or ended. Goldman Sachs estimates the IRA's unreliable energy subsidies will cost $1.2 trillion. You want to know how you ended up with $32 trillion, soon to be $36 trillion in debt? There you go. We passed a debt ceiling limit increase. Within a month, we'd already added another $1 trillion to the debt. The IRA massively subsidizes EV purchases and manufacturing. The EPA has mandated that 2/3 of new cars be EVs by 2032. Well, I live in Texas. Driving from Austin to Midland ain't easy to do in an electronic vehicle. I also don't have $70,000 sitting around to buy a new car that then is expensive to deal with when the battery goes out. Yet all of this is heavily owned by China. China has 80+%, pushing 90% of the battery making manufacturing base. We are literally handing to China our entire energy security. It's like literally one of the stupidest things a free people has ever done. At a moment where we have military strength and economic strength that is being challenged around the world, the geniuses of this administration and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle decide we need to turn over our energy industry to our adversary. But it's so much worse. The Democratic Republic of the Congo produces 70% of the world's cobalt. NPR reported on how modern-day slavery in the Congo powers the rechargeable battery economy. Children in mines. There are probably 10,000 to 15,000 tunnels that are dug by hand by artisanal miners. None of them have supports, ventilation shafts, rock bolts, anything like that. And these tunnels collapse all the time, burying alive children who are down there. Trafficking. You've got these militias. Sometimes they're called commandos, and they will abduct children, traffic children, and recruit children from other parts of the Congo. China owns 80% of the industrial cobalt mines in Congo and controls 15 of the 19 primary cobalt mines in the country. It controls almost 80% of the electronic vehicle battery manufacturing. 80% of solar panels installed in the U.S. come from Chinese firms. I could go on and on. Meanwhile, while they do this, China has 1,100 coal-fired plants. 1,100. We have 250. China's building 2 new coal-fired plants a week. We're sitting around playing unicorn games saying, hey, let's throw up a few more windmills and solar panels and just hope that we'll be able to get our power from China. Can you imagine in 1939 going, hey, let's go over to Germany and say, why don't you provide our energy, guys? We got a deal for you. Or Japan. Well, here we sit. But I want to bring it back to the final point, and then I'll be yielding time to my colleagues in whichever order they choose. This is about humanity. We are empowering tyrants who are abusing children in mines around the world, enriching a handful of leftist elitists in this country through corporate cronyism to the tune of $1.2 trillion in the so-called Inflation Reduction Act, while little children get exploited. And my colleagues on the other side of the aisle pat themselves on the back because they're fixing things for climate change. No, you're not. You're not denting CO2 production. You could get rid of every single internal combustion engine, and you're going to drop CO2 production by 2 or 3%. And meanwhile, our border is wide open. Meanwhile, as I said, today, while I'm sitting here in this chamber, a little girl has been driven up I-95 through the nation's capital, up to New York, as a part of the sex trafficking trade. The data indicates that it is so prevalent that is likely true. We know of the stash houses dotted around this country. We know of the abuses being perpetrated on children. We know of the deaths of our children in this country to fentanyl poisonings. I am not going to subsidize and fund evil. And I'm asking my Republican colleagues to join me in committing, before we get to the September 30th shutdown, to join our arms together and stand athwart an administration that is tyrannically undermining our freedom and our safety in Texas and throughout this country, while little children and our kids and our people are dying by the thousands because we refuse to do the basic duty of government, which is to secure our national borders. With that, I'll be pleased to yield to my friend from New York. I'll yield the gentleman 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, and I greatly thank my friend, the gentleman from Texas, for yielding time here. As we go through our appropriations process, as we started here today, we must ensure that the United States is prepared to combat China. While the left wants us to focus on the latest partisan pet project, China's actions demand comprehensive and strategic response to safeguard our national security, economic competitiveness, and democratic values. Internationally, China's aggressive military buildup poses a direct challenge to the United States. With the largest navy in the world and efforts to rival our capabilities, it is crucial that we prioritize investments in our defense to deter any potential aggression and to protect our interest in the Indo-Pacific region. Additionally, the PLA Rocket Force's efforts to build a significant stockpile that suggests that China is preparing for long-term competition and conflict. China's global infrastructure projects further solidifies its position as a trade and economic power. While economic cooperation is important, we must be cautious of the potential debt trap diplomacy where China leverages loans to seize assets and influence the policies of indebted countries. This undermines the sovereignty of nations and challenges the rules-based international system and directly counters democratic values. Closer to our own borders, China's ambitions in South and Central America and its plans to establish a listening station, as they call it, in Cuba to monitor U.S. bases are clear signs of their growing assertiveness and aggression. We must not underestimate their determination to expand their influence and challenge our homeland security. We also engaged in a tech race with China. While we currently hold an edge in innovation and technology, complacency could lead to China overtaking our sector. We must invest in research, education, and technological advancements to maintain our lead and secure our national interests, not to mention the use of social media like TikTok to gather data on our citizens. Now, furthermore, the influx of cheap goods from China into the United States has had more adverse consequences well beyond the surface that people understand. It cuts the incentive for American manufacturing and promotes China's use of forced labor, which goes against our values as a nation that uphold human rights and fair labor practices. We cannot afford to ignore the challenges posed by China's rise in assertiveness. We must be prepared to take a comprehensive approach that combines strengthening our defense capabilities, upholding democratic values, investing in our economy and technology, and safeguarding our citizens' interest in data. This is not about escalating tensions or seeking confrontation, but rather about responsibly protecting our great nation's interests and encouraging global peace and stability through American strength. And I yield back, Mr. Roy.
I'd be pleased to yield up to 5 minutes to my friend from Utah.
Thank you. Today I rise to support of the U.S.-Taiwan partnership. I recently joined a congressional delegation to visit Taiwan. While in Taiwan, I met with the president, Tsai Ing-wen, and discussed our shared national security, economic, and political interests. I also witnessed firsthand how patriotic and fiercely resilient the people on this island nation are in the face of increasingly aggressive communist China. Taiwan is a critical partner to the United States in the Indo-Pacific region and shares our unwavering commitment to freedom, liberty, and democracy in every corner of the world. Moreover, we have a long-standing economic ties. Taiwan is America's 8th largest trading partner, and America is Taiwan's 2nd largest trading partner. Taiwan's ingenuity, entrepreneurial spirit, and skilled workforce has resulted in an island nation of just 23 million people, producing 90% of the global semiconductor supply, vital components in the microelectronic ecosystem, and essential to the life in the modern digital age. In addition to the strong economic collaboration, Utah and Taiwan have strengthened their relationships through educational and cultural exchange programs. The decades-long economic, cultural, and geopolitical bond between our two beloved countries has established a legacy of mutual understanding, regional security partnership, and a deep appreciation for our shared values. Unfortunately, the Chinese Communist Party's evil regime increasingly encroaches on the territorial integrity of Taiwan with provocative military exercises and buildup of its armed forces in the region. This threatens the rules-based international order. That's why I joined the House Republican majority to establish a select House committee on the Chinese Communist Party to counter the imminent danger posed by the CCP to strengthen the resilience and sovereignty of Taiwan. I'm also proud to vote yes on the fiscal year 2024 National Defense Authorization Act, the NDAA, to provide robust investments in our defense capabilities in the Taiwan Strait and support their rights to defend themselves from the CCP aggression. As a member of the Congressional Taiwan Caucus, I reaffirm my commitment to policies that continue to improve the U.S.-Taiwan ties, enhance America's military infrastructure in the Indo-Pacific region, and ensure peace in the South China Sea. Thank you to my friend from Texas. I yield back.
I thank my friend from Utah. I thank him for his service. And now I would like to yield 3 minutes to my friend from Florida.
Thank you. And I rise today to welcome Miami's new resident and football legend, Lionel Messi. It's an honor to host a world-class athlete in my district. Messi signed onto Miami's soccer team, Inter Miami, which kicked off its inaugural season in Major League Soccer 3 years ago. His presence is already making an impact in my community. He brought home the first win of the 2023 Leagues Cup with a free kick in the 94th minute of the game. Today, Messi is a household name, but he was born to humble beginnings in Argentina. His father was a manager at a steel factory, and his mother worked in another factory. He started playing football at the age of 4, coached by his father, making his senior debut at 18 years old. He credits his dedication to soccer to his beloved grandmother, Celia, and continues to honor her at every game he plays. Some of his many achievements include winning the World Cup, and he was the Player of the Tournament Award in 2022, being named Best FIFA Player 3 times and winning the Champions League 4 times. He has scored over 800 goals at club levels and he scored the most goals of any player in a calendar year with 79 of them. Personally, Messi is a devout Catholic, and he lives his faith through charitable works. He established the Leo Messi Foundation in 2007, working to improve children's access to health care and education. Inter Miami is blessed to have this elite player on their team. The significance of his presence extends beyond the field. This extraordinary player is going to inspire children in my district to work hard and to achieve their dreams. He said, "I start early, I stay late, day after day after day, year after year. It only took me 17 years to become an overnight success." The lesson he is conveying is that you can pray for a house, but sometimes God gives you the hammer, the lumber, the nails, and the talent. Don't be fooled into thinking that he did not answer you. You have to put the hard work. Every person has the opportunity to succeed if they are dedicated to accomplishing their goals, especially in this country, the United States of America. Messi, welcome to Miami. May your hard work be an inspiration to everyone who has a dream for their lives. God bless you, your wife, and your 3 sons, and the beginning of a new life in Miami, which is part of District Number 27, the best district in the United States. I yield back. Thank you.
Well, I thank the gentlelady for her remarks, and I just want to close recognizing an individual that I've grown very fond of in my time here in the House of Representatives. I don't do a lot of these special orders and come down and talk about individuals. But since I've been in the House, getting to know Joyce Hamlet has been an extraordinary pleasure and honor. And I wish Joyce were on the floor at this moment because she is going to be retiring here shortly, either I think it's tomorrow or next week. And she's been worked here on the Hill for 35 years. Now, Speaker McCarthy already gave a fantastic speech detailing her bio and her background. She grew up in North Carolina. She's going to be returning to North Carolina. She devoted, as I said, 35 years here, working up from being in the cafeteria, I think with her mom, if I remember correctly, from Speaker McCarthy's speech, and serving as an elevator operator. And that now for over a decade, she has faithfully protected the mace. The mace of the House of Representatives is one of the oldest symbols of the United States government, representing Congress's order and authority. And her duty is to protect the mace that opens the House each day and closes it each night. Now, I would note she was also responsible for keeping decorum on the floor of the House of Representatives, and I've been the recipient of her admonition on more than one occasion. And it's been, frankly, an honor to receive it. I will miss her, and I wish her Godspeed in her retirement. And I thank her and all of the staff who serve the House of Representatives. She's one of the best. I've worked with a lot of people over the years, an exceptional human being, and we are a greater country and a greater body for her service. So God bless you, Joyce, and I hope to see you today or tomorrow before you send off to Carolina. I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January the 9th, 2023, the chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Cardenas, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor Fernando Valenzuela, former pitcher and current Spanish language broadcaster for the Los Angeles Dodgers. He's a husband, father, grandfather, and on top of that, he is a cultural icon for Latinos worldwide. Coming up on August 11, 2023, the Los Angeles Dodgers will be retiring his number 34. This honor will cement his legacy with other Dodger greats such as Jackie Robinson, Roy Campanella, and Sandy Koufax. And it is certainly a fitting tribute. Fernando Valenzuela's name is synonymous with Los Angeles sports culture. His nickname, El Toro, and his iconic unorthodox pitching windup, raising his hands above his head and glancing skyward before tossing his deadly screwball, is just as much a staple of Los Angeles sports history as Kobe Bryant's 81-point game or Vin Scully's legendary calls. But this impact extends far beyond Los Angeles. Fernando's humble origins and charisma made him an inspirational icon for Latinos across not only Los Angeles, but the entire nation. He expanded the footprint of Latinos in the sport, building on the legacy of Latino players like Roberto Clemente, transforming the demographics of baseball's fan base and player base. Fernando's inspirational story reflects the awesome potential that all immigrants can achieve their dreams right here in America. I'm honored to stand before you today to share some of that beautiful, amazing history. Fernando Valenzuela was the youngest of 12 children born to an impoverished family in the town of Echoaquila, Sonora, Mexico in 1960. His parents, Avelino and Maria, were farm workers of native Mayo descent. While pitching in the Mexican League for the Mayos de Navajoa in 1979, Valenzuela stunned famous Dodger scout Mike Brito with his talent. After falling behind 3-0 in the count, Fernando tossed 3 perfect strikes to close out the game, prompting Brito and the Dodgers to take a gamble on Fernando. It took just over a year for Fernando to ascend to the majors. After signing Valenzuela in the summer of 1979, the Dodgers assigned him to the Lodi Dodgers of the A-High League, California League, then to the San Antonio Dodgers of Texas League. His stay in the minor leagues was short-lived, and in September of 1980, Valenzuela was called up to the Los Angeles Dodgers. In the last month of the season, Valenzuela helped the Dodgers by pitching 17 scoreless relief innings. 1 year later, Fernando would experience a season that can only be characterized as a spectacular dream come true. 1981 for Los Angeles was our bicentennial. But really, only one word can describe 1981 in LA: Fernando Mania. After a teammate suffered a last-minute injury, manager Tommy Lasorda named Fernando to be the Dodgers' opening day starter. Fernando won his first 8 starts, including 5 shutouts. After returning from a mid-season Major League Baseball strike, Fernando won the Cy Young Award, Rookie of the Year, and Silver Slugger, and the World Series. Fernando kept his streak alive off the field. He married the love of his life, Linda. The ceremony was attended by 4,000 people and drew congratulations from then-President Ronald Reagan. Fernando and his wife, Linda, have 4 children. The couple celebrated their 41st anniversary last year. Fernando would continue to pitch for 15 years with 5 additional teams, adding to his resume a no-hitter and 6 consecutive All-Star selections. Fernando's impact on the field was phenomenal, and his greatest impact was actually off the field. Before Fernando, baseball largely ignored Mexico as a scouting destination. Since Mel Almada, the first Mexican-born Major League Baseball player, debuted in 1933, Mexican players accumulated little name recognition and few accolades beyond Bobby Avila and his batting title in 1954. While Fernando was not the first Mexican-born player on the Dodgers, he reached a new stratosphere of skill and popularity. His talent helped catapult Mexico into a coveted destination for Major League scouting and funding. Fernando blazed the trail for future Mexican greats like pitchers Giovanni Gallardo and Teddy Higuera. He helped build that infrastructure that cultivated the careers of fellow Mexican Dodgers like Ismael Valdez, Esteban Loaiza, Adrian Gonzalez, and World Series champion Julio Urias. Fernando Mania transformed Los Angeles baseball from a sport for the white upper-class people in a culture staple cherished by people of all colors, creeds, and backgrounds. He truly transformed not only the Dodgers, but Los Angeles history. We must not forget the ugly history between the Dodgers and the families of Chavez Ravine. We must not forget the dark, horrible event in history where hundreds of Latino families and other poor families of color were pushed out of their homes by the city of Los Angeles to build Dodger Stadium. This bitterness from the Latino community has lasted for decades, and some of it still lingers in the hearts and the minds of many. Fernando was able to be the bridge to unite everybody in Los Angeles under that shade of Dodger blue. Fueled by an outpouring of Latino fans, Fernando sold out 11 of his first 12 home starts and pushed the Dodgers' home attendance to a Major League Baseball record of 3.6 million fans in 1982. Just like many Latinos, Fernando donned the modest demeanor of a man of humble origins. Fernando's improbable journey from a Mexican pueblo to the center of the baseball universe instilled a sense of optimism for all Latinos, many of whom had recently immigrated or were struggling with meager salaries and very, very difficult jobs and conditions. To the Latino community, Fernando was a peer, an inspiration, and the embodiment of the dreams that do come true. Fernando's impact on Latino communities extends far beyond my home of Los Angeles. Latinos from coast to coast saw a reflection of themselves in Fernando. When the Dodgers packed their bags for a road trip opposing teams would sell 13,000 more tickets per game when Fernando took the mound compared to other Dodger starters. Fernando was aware of his impact. During the height of his career, Fernando said, and I quote, "I knew I was representing Mexico to many people. I was aware of that. And yet this titanic burden, embodying the face of a nation, may still have been an underestimation. Throughout the Americas, from the United States, Mexico, the Caribbean, Central America, and South America, people turned out in droves to catch a glimpse of Fernando. He didn't merely represent Mexico, he represented all of us. Perhaps one of the most qualified persons to speak on the impact of Fernando Mania is Jaime Jarín, the Dodgers Spanish language broadcaster. He broadcasted for 64 years. Jaime began announcing games for the Dodgers in the 1950s as part of Major League Baseball's first ever full-time Spanish language broadcast. Jaime concluded his groundbreaking 64-year career when he retired last year. He called games during Valenzuela's entire Dodgers tenure and shared the broadcast booth with Valenzuela for over a decade and a half. Jaime has made no secret of the respect and admiration he holds for his colleague Fernando Valenzuela, El Toro. Jaime has said that Valenzuela drew more fans than any other player in the baseball history because he tapped into an entire new demographic. According to Jaime, before Valenzuela, the percentage of Latinos at Dodger games sat in the single digits. After a few years, that number ballooned to 30%, and today it has grown to almost 50%, including my family members, my children, and grandchildren. In Jaime's words, Fernando created interest in baseball among people who did not know what baseball was. His monumental impact transformed the Dodgers and all Major League Baseball into a beacon of diversity, both on and off the fields and in the stands. Few players could be more deserving of his number being retired than Fernando. I congratulate Fernando Valenzuela for his number being retired, and I call on Baseball Writers Association of America and the Veterans Committee to induct Fernando Valenzuela to the National Baseball Hall of Fame. His career and cultural influence, including his ongoing work within the Dodgers on their Spanish language broadcast, is a true inspiration to everyone. I honor the incredible career of Fernando Valenzuela as he takes his place enshrined forever in Dodger history. I look forward to seeing number 34 next to the greats such as Jackie Robinson, number 42, and Sandy Koufax, number 32. As the great Dodger announcer Vince Scully said after Fernando threw his no-hitter on June 29, 1990 against the St. Louis Cardinals, I quote, "If you have a sombrero, throw it to the sky." This is just a glimpse of the impact and the life of the legendary pitcher Fernando Valenzuela. I think it's important that we all understand that we do live in a great, great country. And it's amazing to see when people have an opportunity to come to our great country. They truly are allowed to be the best that they can be. Fernando and many, many other people who have come to this country have exuded that. And I truly do believe that immigrants who come to our great country are incredibly grateful, not only for their opportunities, but the love and loyalty that they show and have for the great country of the United States of America. I want to also say on behalf of my colleagues, especially my Los Angeles colleagues who couldn't be here today, who would have loved to share some of their moments and some of their stories about what Fernando Mania, what Fernando Valenzuela means to them, and how proud we all are that they are retiring his number, which is a tremendous, tremendous honor that only comes to very few in any sport. I also want to share my own family's story and history with Fernando Valenzuela. My mother and father came from Mexico. My father never participated in sports. He only went to school to the first grade. My mother went to school to the 2nd grade. They were too poor to engage in sports. At the age of 5 and 6, their job was to work to help the family just get by. My parents came to this country and certainly appreciated every opportunity they were afforded here, especially watching their 11 American-born citizens in Los Angeles grow to our potential. I remember my mother would ask me, ¿Está jugando Fernando? Is Fernando playing today? And if I said yes, Jaime Jarín in Spanish on the radio got turned on and she listened to the whole game. To be honest with you, my mother, Maria, she really didn't understand baseball. But she was proud of the fact that somebody from her country of Mexico was showing a positive impact and was competing with the best right here in our country of America. She didn't have to understand baseball, but she understood that this young man, Fernando Valenzuela, was giving it his best and competing with the best and making her and millions of people proud because he was a positive, shining example of what good people can do when given the opportunity to shine. It is my honor to say congratulations to Fernando Valenzuela and to tell him in his native tongue, te lo mereces. You deserve this, Fernando. I'm honored to be a member of the United States Congress, and for me, this is a great opportunity for me to honor this great person, this wonderful human being who's exuded everything that every parent, every teacher, every person wants all of our young people to become. Good, responsible adults who take the best opportunities that they've been given and make the best of it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor a man who inspired us to reach for the stars, Dr. Firuz Michael Naderi. Dr. Naderi was born in Shiraz, Iran. He came to the United States and received an electrical engineering degree at the Iowa University and University of Southern California. Then he returned to his native Iran, where he worked for the state remote sensing agency. But the turmoil of the Iranian Revolution in 1979 brought Dr. Naderi to the United States, where he served our country as part of NASA's Jet Propulsion Labs, otherwise known as JPL, in Pasadena, California. Dr. Naderi, when he retired, NASA awarded him the Distinguished Service Medal and named an asteroid after him. In his post-NASA career, Dr. Naderi was a vocal advocate for human rights and civil rights. He demonstrated the strength, power, and kindness of the Iranian community while speaking truth to power against all injustices. I stand here to celebrate and honor the incredible life of my friend, Dr. Firuz Naderi, who was lost too soon last month. Dr. Naderi was someone who saw no borders, no lines, no separating of people on this blue marble spinning around the sun that we call Earth. Dr. Firuz Michael Naderi was born on March 15, 1946, and left Iran in 1964. In 1969, he earned his bachelor's degree in electrical engineering from Iowa State University, and in 1972, a master's degree in electrical engineering from the University of Southern California. In 1996, a PhD in electrical engineering from the University of Southern California. And when he returned to Iran, as I mentioned earlier, he was forced to leave his beloved country and came back to California, to the United States, where he pursued the distinguished career that has made him one of NASA and JPL's most amazing scientists. He was JPL's Associate Director for Project Formulation and Strategy, Director of Solar System Exploration. In 2000, became head of Mars Exploration Program, and in 2005, received NASA's Distinguished Service Medal Award. From 2000 to 2012, he earned 6 consecutive successful American missions, led 6 consecutive successful American missions to Mars, 4 landers and 2 orbiters. January 4th of 2004, landing the Spirit rover, and on January 25th, 2004, landing of Opportunity rover. He is a recipient of Ellis Island Medal of Honor. He was a board member of various organizations: Public Affairs Alliance of Iranian Americans, Areste, Amin Foundation, Keep Children in School Foundation, Iranica Encyclopedia, February 2016, International Astronomical Union named an asteroid after Dr. Naderi. In 2017, accepted the Academy Award for Best Foreign Language Film by Akshar Farhadi, called The Salesman Without Anousheh Ansari. I'm honored to be a United States Congressman, and also it gives me great pleasure and honor to take the opportunity and the privilege of honoring people like Dr. Naderi. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman from California yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January the 9th, 2023, the chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Riley, for 30 minutes. Kylie, I'm sorry.
No worries. Close enough. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Jake's Journey Home, a local nonprofit in my district. In September of 2019, Jake Schumann, a CB veteran and small business owner, passed away unexpectedly. He left behind not just his loving friends and family, but also a legacy of empathy, generosity, and humility. In an effort to continue Jake's powerful legacy, his mother, Jean Schumann, founded Jake's Journey Home. This nonprofit has taken up the mission of assisting unhoused veterans and community members experiencing a life path change. Jake's Journey Home provides necessary wraparound support services and resources to those in need, to fight against the growing problem of poverty and to help someone's tomorrow be better than today. With the strong support of the community, the organization obtained a mobile day center last year to help connect people with VA benefits, mental health aid, drug and alcohol abuse support, job skills, medical assistance, and life coaching. Their mission is ongoing, with goals to expand their services into a permanent building. Jake's Journey Home is a pillar in our community, and it is a true honor to represent exceptional organizations such as this one in Congress. On behalf of the United States House of Representatives, I am honored to recognize Jake's Journey Home for outstanding service and contributions to the Folsom community and Greater Sacramento region. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the 2023 EMS Provider of the Year for Inyo County, Judd Simons, for his remarkable accomplishments and contributions in the southern portions of the 3rd Congressional District. Mr. Simons' career in the Bishop area began when he was only in high school, during which he became certified as an emergency medical technician. For 3 years of his high school career, and a few summers following, he also served on the local search and rescue team. He went on to earn his certification as a paramedic from the Stanford Foothill Paramedic Program. Shortly thereafter, in 1989, and at just 21 years old, he and his father began their local family business, an ambulance service named Simons Emergency Services. With over 3 decades of offering superior emergency medical services, this establishment has become a leading provider in our region. Relied upon by many, his ambulance service provides care to those across many different types of geographic landscapes, from urban cities to the rural high Sierras to the remote wilderness. Even in the face of obstacles, Mr. Simon's continued dedication to his community and commitment to the well-being of Inyo County residents and the surrounding area is inspiring. As a longtime owner and operator of this service, Mr. Simons is regarded by others as an individual with professionalism, care, hands-on involvement, and a unique ability to remain calm under pressure. On behalf of the United States House of Representatives, I am honored to join the Inyo County community in thanking Judge Simons for his many years of distinguished service and leadership in both emergency medical services and search and rescue operations. Mr. Speaker, in the spirit of National Zookeeper Appreciation Week, I wish to take a moment to recognize an outstanding zookeeper in my district, Helen Chu. Ms. Chu serves locally at the Folsom City Zoo Sanctuary. The zoo is home to many rescued wild and domestic animals, including bears, wolf hybrids, monkeys, birds, cougars, insects, and more. Ms. Chu has worked for the Folsom Zoo since 2019, but her service to wildlife has been lifelong. She graduated from the University of California, Davis with a degree in wildlife, fish, and conservation biology, and also earned a degree in exotic animal training and management from Moore Park College. Prior to bringing this knowledge to the Folsom City Zoo Sanctuary, Ms. Zhu worked with animals as a zookeeper for the Fresno Chaffee Zoo and the Sacramento Zoo. In Folsom, Ms. Chu has contributed significantly to the zoo's positive reinforcement, animal training, and behavioral enrichment programs, improving the quality of life of the animals. Her diligent efforts and unique ability to problem solve have helped animals with health challenges participate in veterinary care without undue stress or danger to the animals and staff. Throughout her tenure, she has exhibited the core values of a zookeeper through teamwork, excellence, and patience. Her leadership and dedication to the care and well-being of the animals and the experience of Folsom residents is truly admirable. On behalf of the United States House of Representatives, I am honored to recognize Helen Chu and thank her for her service to the Folsom community. Mr. Speaker, I would like to take a moment in the spirit of National Intern Day to recognize several truly exemplary individuals currently interning in my Washington, D.C. and district offices. Over the course of their internships, these students and recent graduates have embodied the essence of public service. They've made the government accessible to their neighbors by leading guided tours of the Capitol, ensured that people's voices are heard by taking down their concerns and sharing them with me, and even help people renew their passport and access the services and benefits they are entitled to from the federal government. In my D.C. office, I am proud to have Alex McDonald, Corey Cranford, and Giovanna Chopra. Alex grew up in Willows, California, just outside our congressional district. He has long had a passion for politics and public service. He even remembers watching the Obama-Romney debates from over a decade ago. Impressively, he is going into his sophomore year at Yale University, studying political science. Corey graduated this past May from CSU Fresno with a degree in political science. She has also embraced her Armenian heritage and was selected to participate in the highly competitive Armenian Assembly of America as part of the Turjanian Thomas internship this summer. After her summer here, she will work towards earning a master's degree in communications at San Diego State University. Giovanna has been incredibly active in public service since a young age. She previously served as an intern in my state assembly office and as a deputy campaign manager on my race last year. And during the same time period, she also won a national debate title and created a program to mentor young debaters. She'll be entering college this fall at Northwestern University and, not surprisingly, was recruited to join Northwestern's debate team. In my district office in Rockland, I'm proud to have Jamie Robles, Emma Warden, and Raghava Kondakavadakanti, who are serving there as interns. Jamie recently graduated from Sierra College in Rockland and will be attending UC Berkeley in the spring to major in economics. He served as vice president and student senator of the Sierra College Student Senate, vice president of student engagement for Social Science Club, and is a Phi Theta Kappa Honors Society member. Jamie is also bilingual, and I've repeatedly been impressed with his ability to utilize that skill to serve our Spanish-speaking residents. Emma is originally from the district, graduating recently from Whitney High School, and is now headed into her sophomore year at UC Davis, pursuing a degree in economics and politics. Our Rockland team and I have especially appreciated her leadership, teamwork, and collaborative approach in our office. Raghava recently graduated from the rigorous IB program at Mira Loma High School and will be attending UCLA this fall, majoring in political science. Similar to Giovanna, he also had an early interest in public service. Raghava previously interned in my state assembly office as well as for the California State Treasurer and Sacramento District Attorney's offices. He also serves as a Youth Advisory Executive Board member and moderator for the California Coalition for Youth. Mr. Speaker, every single one of these 6 individuals has been a tremendous help to me and our team in serving the people of the 3rd Congressional District of California. And I am incredibly grateful that they've chosen to invest their time and talents with us. On behalf of the U.S. House of Representatives, thank you for your commitment to public service. Mr. Speaker, I also wanted to say a few words about someone who is a model for all of these interns working at our offices in DC, here in DC, and back home in Rockland. And that's someone who is a former intern himself, is a constituent, having grown up in our district and graduated from high school at Wood Creek in Roseville. And has been the communications director for my office, a role that he will continue up until tomorrow when he is starting his first year at Harvard Law School. And that is Tyler Tate. I first met Tyler in my 2016 campaign for the state assembly. I think I actually met him in 2015 because we got started pretty early. And that was a true underdog campaign. There were 11 candidates, and Tyler was really one of the very first people to join and help lead what was truly a grassroots undertaking. He went on to go to Georgetown for college and actually interned in my state assembly office and quickly gained a reputation as everyone's favorite intern. That's why I say he's a model on National Intern Day. But after college, Tyler got some experience in DC. He actually did a stint at the White House. And then when I was running for Congress last year, I was in need of a campaign manager and couldn't think of anyone better for the job. I was continually impressed by his mastery of the nuts and bolts of running a campaign, such as delivering yard signs or designing precinct walks, but also more intangible qualities of leadership, like his ability to inspire a very dedicated team of volunteers. And just as one indication of the caliber of people he got involved, 2 of the interns he attracted to join the campaign will actually be joining him at Harvard next year. Well, they'll be starting themselves, respectively, at the college and at the law school. So after I was elected and took office, Tyler became our communications director, and I would wager there is not a better or more dedicated communications director on Capitol Hill. Shortly after I was sworn in, my district was hit by a series of truly devastating storms that wreaked havoc on many communities. And right without having had more than perhaps a week or so in office, Tyler threw himself into the very complicated but vitally important task of getting important information to all of our constituents on how they could deal with the storm and the resources that were available. And that quality of service has continued throughout his time with us. He does everything from dealing with the media and setting up press appearances to writing our and editing our weekly newsletter and other releases that go out and advising me on important matters of policy. And through it all, he has truly demonstrated a remarkable ability to understand the nuances of politics and policy in a way that it's really hard to believe he's only a few years out of college. You'd think he's a seasoned veteran of Capitol Hill. But when I wrote a letter of recommendation for him for law school, I was, halfway tempted to sabotage the whole thing so that I could selfishly keep him with our office. But I was not surprised at all when he got accepted. I know he's going to be, going to excel in law school. He'll be a great lawyer, but I think there are also great things ahead of him in public service as well. So for those of you who are watching at home, I would advise you to remember the name Tyler Tate, and thank you, Tyler, for everything that you have done to help me serve the people of the 3rd District. I yield back.
The gentleman from the gentleman from California yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January the 9th, 2023, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and still I rise, a proud member of the Congress of the United States of America, always honored to have this preeminent privilege of standing here in the House of Representatives in this chamber. Proud to do so, proud to be an American, one of the persons who likes to stand and sing the national anthem, stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. But that's not what makes America great, having Al Green stand for the Pledge of Allegiance or sing the national anthem. The thing that makes America great is that we, members of Congress and other persons of goodwill, will defend the right of those who choose not to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, who choose not to sing the national anthem, nor do they choose to stand when the national anthem is being played. That's the greatness of America, that we can tolerate each other when we have differences. So tonight I'm proud to be here, Mr. Speaker, proud to stand here and have this privilege. No one could have predicted at my birth that I would be here to give this message tonight. And this is a special message. It has to do with something happening in my congressional district. I have in my hand a copy of an article from the Houston Chronicle. The person who is the writer for this particular article is Juhi Verma, a very good writer, I must add. Juhi writes, and this is the style, the caption, the title, if you will. Missouri City to change street name after KKK leader as fight against Confederate themes continue. Street named after KKK leader, fight against Confederate themes continues. I want to thank Ms. Verma for writing this article because she captures the very essence of what happened. And I'd like to give just a brief recitation, if I may, on some of what I know about this circumstance. I, some years ago, discovered that we had an area in my congressional district in a city known as Missouri City, Texas, an area in Vicksburg Village of Shiloh, a subdivision with some 200 homes or more, a subdivision with more than 1,000 people, a subdivision that had streets with Confederate names. In 2022, 2021, somewhere thereabout, this came to my attention. A subdivision in this day and time with Confederate street names. Someone would say, well, that's not a big deal. Maybe not, but let's explore it. There was a Confederate Drive, Confederate Court, Confederate South Drive, and then among the many others, Bull Run Court, Stonewall Court, Picket Place. Among them, there was also a Bedford Forest Drive and a Bedford Forest Court. For edification purposes, Nathan Bedford Forrest was the first Grand Wizard of the KKK. First Grand Wizard. And for further information, the KKK, for those who may not know, my suspicion is that most who will hear this will know, but the KKK was an organization devoted to suppressing the rights of African Americans. Devoted. And some might say they did a pretty good job over the years of suppressing the rights of African Americans. So we have these streets with the names that I've articulated and some others. But we have these streets, and I took it upon myself to engage with mayor and council about changing the names. This is when I discovered that to change the names, you had to have at least 90% of the residents to sign off on it. 9%, 90%. Well, 90% is a good number, but it's not a good number if you're trying to get the name of a street changed, I found, because it was most difficult to get it done. I went out personally and talked to people about getting the names changed. And it was very difficult, to say the very least, and I won't say impossible, but we didn't get any names changed at the 90% level. We got a new mayor and council, a mayor and council with persons who were a little bit more sensitive to the issue. A council member, Boney, a council member who is a historian, lay historian, and who understood what these names meant. A council member who decided that he was going to do something about this. And I'm proud to say that council member Jeff Boney was able to lower the threshold from 90% to 70%. And at the 70% threshold, we were able to get some names changed. We had a couple living in the neighborhood, the Gilbos. They were out front in getting names changed. Now let's just reflect for a moment before I continue with the Gilbos and others in the neighborhood on this. One of the chief proponents of leaving the names as they were was a person of African ancestry. A person of African ancestry. I personally talked to this person, tried to convince the person that it would be appropriate to get names that would be more inclusive, as Ms. Verma has mentioned in her article. And the person said to me, the people shouldn't have bought the land. They knew what the name was when they bought it, and they shouldn't have bought homes in that neighborhood. I choose not to live in a neighborhood that has names, streets with Confederate names. I choose not to live in a city that has streets with Confederate names. I choose not to live in a country that has streets with Confederate names. That's why I am doing what I can to change these names. I don't think we ought to have a street especially one with people of color, I would imagine all people of goodwill would agree that we ought not have a street named after the first grand wizard of the KKK. But everybody's entitled to their opinion. And we have worked through the process with Councilmember Boney, who took the lead to lower the threshold so that we could change some names. Confederate Drive, under his leadership, and with the aid and assistance of the residents, especially the Gilbos, Rhonda, and Bo, the Confederate Drive street was changed to Prosperity Drive. That's where they live now. They didn't want to live on Confederate Drive. Confederate Court to Prosperity Court. Confederate South Drive to Prosperity South Drive. I thought that after the name change from Confederate to Prosperity, I thought that after that name change, we would have little difficulty changing the name from Bedford Forest Court and Bedford Forest Drive to some other names. I thought that there would be little challenge to these two with a 70% threshold. I thought that people would gladly change the names, regardless of their hue, regardless of their station in life. It just seemed to me that in the United States of America, liberty and justice for all, an inclusive country, the country I love, where I say the Pledge of Allegiance, sing the national anthem. I just thought that it would be relatively simple to move on these streets with this name. How wrong I was. How wrong I was. After much work, time, energy, and effort, the name Nathan Bedford Forrest, actually Bedford Forrest, Nathan wasn't there, was not removed. Thank God for Councilmember Boney. He went back to the council, and the council had to lower the threshold to 60%. And it was only after we lowered the threshold, I say we, it was the city council and the mayor in Missouri City, Texas. The mayor's name is Alacat. By the way, he is of Indian ancestry, born in India. Mayor in Missouri City, Texas. That's a wonderful thing to know that we can appreciate and celebrate this level of diversity. But with that mayor and council, it was lowered to 60%. And as a result, the Pearsons, Rhonda and Angie, they don't have to live on a street now that bears the name Bedford Forest. That name will change on August the 7th of this year. It will become Liberty Way. Liberty Way Drive is a street that they will live on, and there's a Liberty Way Court. But it will become Liberty Way. Inclusive. Speaks to something associated with the founding principle of this country, liberty, justice for all, and the Pledge of Allegiance. That's a wonderful thing to see occurring. And perhaps we'll get to Bull Run Court, Stonewall Court, and some others, Pickett Place, Confederate General Pickett. Well, maybe we can get to these in the near future. But I'm proud of what has been done. And I want to commend Councilmember Boney. I want to commend the Pearsons. I want to commend all of the persons who were associated with these endeavors, the Gilbos, for what they have done to bring a sense of justice to the people who live in this neighborhood. But there is something more sinister that has taken place that I want to call to your attention with reference to this. And the best way to explain it is to tell you about my flight that I took in from Houston to Washington, D.C., I fly over 100 times a year. On this occasion, a couple of weeks ago, I saw a movie while I was on the plane. It was a movie that was heart-wrenching for me, a movie about a young man who was born to a father who was a wealthy plantation owner and a mother who was a slave. The name of the movie is Chevalier. I won't spoil it for you. I'm going to go right to the gravamen of my message, the heart of this. The essence of it is this. He was talking to his mother, and they were talking about how evil had caused some physical harm. I won't spoil the movie for you because I think that it's worthy of seeing. But they were talking about how evil had caused this harm, physical harm. And his mother said to him, she reminded him, yes, of the physical harm, but it's really the evil that has impacted our minds that she called to his attention. How evil had caused people to accept things that were unacceptable to other people, unacceptable to the masses, but evil can teach you to accept things. There were people who accepted the notion that this was all right to live on a street named after the first grand wizard of the KKK. Evil can do this. It can convince you that what others would not accept and what you would not accept for them, you will accept for yourself. This gets back to the person that I told you of African ancestry, who was one of the chief proponents of maintaining the names. Convinced that it was okay for people of African ancestry to live on a street named after the first grand wizard of the KKK, but was not convinced, I assure you, that he or would have anyone live on a street that had a name associated with the Third Reich. I wouldn't live on a street with a name associated with the Third Reich. I would dare say that there are few people in Congress, there may be one, but I can't imagine there being one, who would tolerate it. Yet, people who will tolerate living on a street who happen to be of African ancestry will tolerate living on a street named after a grand wizard of the KKK, would not tolerate living on a street or having anyone else living on a street named after someone associated with the Third Reich. This is the essence of what this mother was conveying to her son about the evils and how they can impact the mind. Evil can have a sinister impact on the mind. And unfortunately, in this country, the country I love, for too long we have allowed ourselves to be disrespected, our ancestors to be disrespected. We have allowed the enslavers to be revered and the enslaved to be reviled. Our minds have been corrupted to the extent that we find it acceptable to send our children to a Lee High School named after a Confederate general, but would not dare send our children to a high school named after someone associated with the Third Reich. I wouldn't have a child go to one. Our minds have been corrupted. We tolerate living in a country where we preach liberty and justice for all. A country founded to a certain extent on the principle of persons having inalienable rights. I think the way it's stated in the Constitution is unalienable, but inalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Yet, we, many people of color, accept what we would not accept for others under other circumstances. I marvel at how we have arrived in the year 2023, and we have a building on the campus, on this campus, named after a person who was a white supremacist, a person who fought against anti-lynching laws, a person who fought integration, a person who was a segregationist, and we have a building named after this person. And we, people of color, tolerate it. I'm a one-person protest. I do not go in the building unless I'm going there to protest. And of course, I'm talking about the Russell office building. Richard Russell is the person of whom I speak, the person who was one of the co-authors of the Southern Manifesto. Richard Russell. The Senate has a building named after Richard Russell. I have here what we refer to as a conscious agenda. The third item on this agenda is to remove Richard Russell's name. Taxpayer dollars, my dollars, taxpayer dollars ought not be on the name of a building that would honor a bigot and a racist. Richard Russell. And here is the amazing thing about this, other than the fact that we have persons of African ancestry who will accept it, who could do something about it, but accept it. Here's the amazing thing. The United States Senate changed the names on military bases. Changed the names of Confederate generals, removed them in concert with the House and the signature of the president. We did it. We changed the names. The same Senate that has changed the names on these military bases named after and in honor of Confederate generals, that same Senate will not take Richard Russell's name off of the Russell Senate office building. Same Senate. Shows the lack of respect. The Senate ought to be ashamed. The building itself is a symbol of shame. I marvel at how this has been so accepted that it's commonplace. People just walk in and out of the building like it's any other building. The Richard Russell office building. The same Senate that took the names off of these Confederate bases, names on military bases named after Confederate soldiers, usually generals, the same Senate has not removed this name. Now, the question becomes why? Here's what I have been told. I have been told that the Senate can't agree on another name. So this is why the Senate will not remove the name that is offensive to me and many of my friends and relatives. Say they can't agree on a name. Well, I have the solution. Let it revert to the name that it had before it became Richard Russell. Let it revert to the old Senate office building, and then choose any name you want. Take as much time as you need, but you can change the name. I beg the Senate, and I demand of the Senate, that you do not just the right thing, but do the righteous thing and remove Richard Russell's name from this office building, just as you've done it for military bases around the country. This would be the honorable thing to do. Members of the Senate, you dishonor the flag when you do this. Liberty and justice for all. You dishonor the anthem. Stand up for justice. Stand up for people of color who are offended by this name. I'm grateful for the time. I want the persons who make it possible for me to have the time to know that I appreciate them. And I also want people to know that I love my country. And I love it enough to want to see the best of it and remove the notion that we can tolerate this level of injustice being perpetrated on a daily basis by people who have the power to change it almost overnight. I thank you for the time, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you. Does the gentleman have a motion?
I do so now move, Mr. Speaker, that the House adjourn.
The motion is to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those that are opposed say no. The yeas have it. The motion is adopted. According to the House, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.